do that. I'm going to put Brian and McKenna in here, and then I will throw you guys where they are.
Perfect.
Okay, for those of you tuning in live, I wanted to say welcome to the Masterclass here at Deering Acting Studio, and we will be teaching this class in a way that we've never done before. We are very excited for this process. If you've never been a part of our Masterclass before, understand that we are diving into the human experience. We are trying to bring to life characters, people. These are human beings, and so therefore they're imperfect. We believe strongly in bringing the dark to the light. It's a big part of what we do and why we do what we do. So there will be scenes from great plays, great Pulitzer Prize-winning plays, and I want you to understand that the material is not always bright and shiny. Sometimes we have to go to the dark in order to find the light. So we'll be doing that today. And we'll be dealing with human beings. We're going to try to help these actors find themselves in the character. We're going to try to help the actors that are working with us today discover new things about themselves, discover ways they can push themselves further and develop as human beings as well as actors. So welcome to the Masterclass. First up, we've got Brian and McKenna working on an excerpt from the play Barefoot in the Park. If you're at home, please clap for them. They can hear you.
Corey, are you there? Corey, I made it to the hotel. Corey.
I'm here.
Are you drunk?
I might have had another drink or three.
Are your mom and the sheik still there?
Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, mister? This date is going to be a fiasco. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I call the complete gentleman. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home. Maybe he'll spend the night. Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. I mean, then again, anything can happen with the Sheik of Budapest. Oh boy, what a night. Paul?
All right, good. So I'm going to stop you
What
here.
a rotten thing to do to your own mother.
Here, I'm going to jump in here for a second.
What?
So let me talk to you really quick, McKenna. So what is it your character's point of view here?
What do you mean?
What does she want?
Just to prove that she was right. She's saying, I told you so.
Okay, so that's the surface. She wants something deeper.
Okay. I need to write this stuff down. What does she want that's deeper than that? Well, she wants her mom to be happy. Her mom's been single for a long time, so she wants her mom to find someone, and she feels like she might have done that for her tonight, so she feels like a big sense of accomplishment.
Yes, she's feeling good. That's exactly right. So because she's feeling good, what does she want from him?
To agree with her, to
No.
like give her a pat on the back.
She wants to be celebrated.
Yeah. She wants a trophy.
Yeah. So I don't actually think she's trying to be right. I don't think she's trying to start a fight.
Yeah.
He's just already pissed.
Yeah.
So he's going to get mad on his end, but he's already that way. I believe with my whole heart she's trying to flirt with him right now. She's trying to celebrate. She's trying to make this a win. And she's, because we're on video chat, she's trying to hook up with him over video.
Okay.
So you need to be trying to bring attention your way that's going to be positive from him, and begin through the drunkenness of being a little bit aloof to his anger, and the drunkenness will help you miss some cues, and then it will allow you to be surprised when he's not flirting back with you.
Okay.
Which will then become offensive because you're going to be pouring it on and he's not going to be responding, and that will then help you with a turn to go into anger later on in the scene.
Okay.
But in the beginning, you're really just attention seeking. And I think that's a part of her character too. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So where does it talk about that, do you think, in the play? That it would justify that she's attention seeking?
I'm not sure, quite frankly. She's like, in what scene specifically?
Well, in the play in general, you know, she's always calling different people, you know, the repair guy, the mom, like everybody. She always wants everybody to pay attention to her. And then even this night specifically, Brian, can you remember the line that he says, something about all the flirting she's been doing? How does that line go?
Flirting.
You were making eyes at Al Capone at the next table.
Oh yeah.
And
we took that out, but
you took out that line?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I should have had a hand. I should have had a hat in these.
Al Capone at the next table.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you so angry about, Paul?
Why'd you take that line out?
Because you were because we changed it so that they had dinner at their apartment before they left, before he had to leave, because he had to take a flight over to DC to be at court in the morning, and he's got a case there for a few days. And so they did this date at the apartment before they basically before he got there, and that's why it's so late at night. And they didn't go
so you
out.
changed the whole thing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I might actually change that back. We'll see. So the idea is I want to keep the story as much the same as we possibly can. Just the only thing is you are having this scene over video, and we just have to justify why. But I'd still love for you guys to have gone out to dinner with this annoying sheik of Budapest and with her mother, and you were all together, and then for whatever reason, this scene is over video. You know, rather than changing the whole like meaning of everything. But now I understand why you did that, so we can chat about that.
Yeah. We just made it so dinner, just dinner, but at the house we had like a nice thing or whatever.
Yeah.
So
that's fine. But so here's the reason why I bring it up is with that line being out, we lose that key part of her character. And the one thing we want to try to avoid at all costs is losing our connection to the, you know, to who you two are as people.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, cool. So so good. So let's go back from the beginning, and then Brian, on your end, bring me.
Hold on, you're freezing up.
Let me know if I'm back.
You're back.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, good. So on your end, Brian, are you mad?
Yeah, he's furious.
Why are you mad then? Because I want to make sure I have the story right for what you created.
So it's the same thing, because I still put in my mind that I had several moments where I was able to like talk with her mother while they were in the other room, and she clearly was upset, and Corey kept pushing this, and the scenes before where she set everything up and made everything happen still happened in my mind. And so like basically she's pushing someone into a situation, and now she is, in my opinion, she's like bragging about it and like throwing it in my face. I know that's not what she's trying to do, but I feel that that's the case. And I'm just like seriously, like you didn't even notice that these things are the case, and and you're drunk now, like control yourself, come on, kind of deal.
Okay. So that's all right, but so in the scene, and so this is going to go back to the live audience here. I want to make sure everybody knows we would never adapt one of these plays, but we sort of had to just for the video's sake. So we made slight adjustments for location just to justify the fact that we're on tape. But now what I want to make sure we don't lose is the story.
Mm-hmm.
And the story here, he's really pissed, like really,
Yeah.
really angry. So I right now, from what you took out, I don't know that it justifies it as much. You know, because originally she made him walk all the way across town. They had to go, you know, like literally they had to walk all night, and they had to walk all the way back. It was super annoying. He had to carry her mother up the stairs. Like there's so much to be mad about. And now I'm not seeing that there's enough to justify how pissed because he needs to be really pissed at the top of the scene to play
Gotcha.
to play the comedy, because she's very flirty and he's really pissed, and they don't pick up on each other's cues.
Gotcha.
Okay. So let's play the pissed, and then maybe we figure out how to bring in some of that story back.
Okay, cool.
We're gonna go from the beginning.
Yeah. So McKenna, you understand? Like you need to find a way to really use the camera, use the space, find a way to get his attention, flirt with him. Your attention seeking as it is, but right now you want praise. You want him to say, like, wow, babe, like that was really great. You know, I can't believe you hooked up your mother with this guy. Like, that's awesome. And you want him to celebrate you, both physically and emotionally. That's what you want right now.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm still seeing you, Matt.
Can we take me out of there?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Corey, I made it to the hotel. Corey, are you there?
I'm here.
Are you drunk?
I might have had another drink or three.
Can I get so I can see
Did your mom and the
both of the
sheik
screens
leave?
at the same
Yes.
time?
Nope. He offered to take her all the way out to New Jersey. How about that, mister? This date is going to be a fiasco. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey.
All right, so we're gonna go back. McKenna, I'm not. All right.
Yeah,
He hasn't
Here,
even
let me
given a
control
thought
that.
about how he's going to
Okay.
get home.
All right, so I'm going to jump in here. McKenna, I want to on the very opening jump, I wasn't 100% believing the connection with him.
Okay.
So I want to settle in, and I want you to see her, Brian. So let me go to where the two of you are looking at each other really fast. So come in close, Brian. Look right at her. Come in really close, both of you. Brian, come in
Like this?
closer. Yeah, like that. Brian, come in closer. Okay, good. Now, McKenna, with your eyes and your heart, don't say anything, but think, you're so hot, I want to jump your bones right now. Okay, just think it.
Sorry, that was funny.
Just think it. Now do something flirty and just keep your eyes right there.
Sorry, I can't see her. I'm just seeing the logo.
Could you go to a different view, Brian? Gallery
Yeah,
view or
okay.
something?
Yeah.
Can you see her now?
Yep.
Okay, so flirt with him again because he missed it. So, and this is, you know, we're going to run into a restriction here with this form. There's going to be restrictions, but this is one of them. We got to make sure we're in the right format. We practice being in the right format. But if you can't see the other person, you're going to miss moments, right? Okay, so come in closer, Brian. Don't play mad. Just be. Come in and look at her. Good. Now really flirt with him. And look at her in the lens, Brian. Do a little like wave with your hand, McKenna. And now, Brian, say your drunk line.
Are you drunk?
Yeah, good. So now imagine this, okay? Now go ahead and add you're not. The key here is you're not responding to the flirt. You're responding to the alcohol. Do you see what I'm saying? Like
okay.
she's coming in like this, and she's going, oh. And you look at her and go, are you drunk? And then you're out. But you have to see that. There's got to be that connection first. The laugh comes from, we expect you to say one thing and you don't say it, you say another thing. But there's got to be the connection.
Yeah. Cool.
Sorry, that was me. Okay, here we go. Let's take me out. Let's try it again. So let's get back to character now, and I want you to fight for the connection and the disconnection via video. So be aware of when that's happening. Okay? All right, top of the scene. Here we go.
Corey, I made it to the... Sorry. Corey, are you there? Corey, I made it to the hotel.
I'm here.
Are you drunk?
Okay, now, am I in?
Yep.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Not quite, Brian. You got to stay in character.
Okay, cool.
He's pissed. He's pissed. Be annoyed that she's not there right away. Do something new with the phone. Do something new with your body. Leave the phone alone.
Corey, are you there? Corey, I made it to the hotel. Corey!
I'm here.
Are you drunk?
Not quite, Brian. Not quite. You got to follow this through. Let's go again. Let's get more of an explosion. And so you're gonna fight for the connection, but don't feel like you got to sit there and be starey.
Okay.
You were actually, Brian, you were much closer when we first started this thing today.
Okay, cool.
Okay? So, like, do me a favor. Call her, throw the phone down on the wherever, on a bed or something.
Okay.
You've called her, you're waiting. Just throw the phone. Just toss it. Yell at her.
Corey, are you there? Corey, I made it to the hotel. Corey.
Good. Keep moving, Brian.
I'm here.
Come look.
Are you drunk?
Move.
I might have had another drink or 3.
Are your mom and the sheik still there?
Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, mister? This date's going to be a fiasco tonight. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home.
Okay, now, McKenna, at this point, I want you to move, okay? So now you find a way to keep flirting with him, and you're trying to draw his attention in physically, and then you'll notice that he's not paying attention in a minute. And you can do things like you can change, you can go off camera and back on camera where we're not going to see it, but you'll be expecting him to respond to something that he's not responding to. So just be aware that you want to use the camera, use yourself right now to flirt with him, because if you don't do it heavy, you won't be as mad or disappointed later when he doesn't respond.
Okay.
Okay. So let's pick it up from there.
Do you want me to start from the top of that line?
Yeah, please. And then just go do something physical while you're saying it.
Nope. He offered to take her home. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home. I just drew a blank on that line. Hang on.
Okay, go back.
He offered to take her home. How about that? Okay, I just remembered.
Yeah, and you see that how about that is something that gives you something to use for your physical work. So, and since we stopped anyway, say the beginning of the line.
Oh, you're frozen.
I'm frozen?
You're unfrozen now. Says, nope, he offered to take her home. How about that, mister? This date is going to be a fiasco tonight.
Okay, just make sure that comes out clear, because right now sometimes it's getting a little bit jumbled.
Okay.
Okay.
Nope, he offered to take her home. How about that, mister? This date's going to be a fiasco tonight. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning.
So you look mad. You look angry and not flirty anymore.
Oh, okay.
So go back. Let's do it again.
Nope, he offered to take her home. How about that, mister? This date's going to be a fiasco tonight. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home.
That's the line right there. He hasn't even given a thought. You're rushing that.
Okay. Where do you want me to go from?
Go from that line again. So let's see. I'm not sure if she'll be able to see me if I get up, right? So I want to show you something really fast. So basically, I need you to be able to. There's a lesson here where when you're on the stage, you'll connect with somebody, and there are times when you want to see them and connect with them. And there are other times when you want them to see you. So if I want you to see me and I want you to watch me, I have to release myself so that you can come watch me. So I'd be like, and then you release completely. You do whatever you're going to do physically this way, knowing that you're expecting him to tune in for the show. Anytime you look back and you come back here like halfway, you don't give him that opportunity.
Okay.
So then if he's there watching he's watching the show, so to speak, then you come in expecting an applause or him to flirt back with you or something, and you don't get it, it becomes very disappointing. So you can use all the props and things that you have, but the idea is when you decide to go, release completely with the intention of, I'm trying to draw you in, and I'm purposefully letting you watch me. It's a very intimate thing to do. Okay? All right, here we go.
Where do you want to go from?
Same line.
Okay. Nope, he offered to take her home. How about that, mister? This date is going to be a fiasco tonight.
You seem angry again.
Oh, really? Dang it. I'm trying to mock him there.
Yeah, so you shouldn't be mocking him. You should you have one intention, and that is to get into his pants.
Okay.
So I know the line sounds mocky, but she's not being mockery right now. Later she's going to call him a stuffed shirt.
Yeah.
But that's not, right now she's actually just trying to flirt. She's trying to be playful. She's trying to get his attention. So he's going to take it that way, but that's not really what she's saying. So this even goes back to life in general when I say a lot of times we are misunderstood. So I'll say one thing, but I didn't really mean it. I mean, how many times have you heard someone say that or you've said that yourself? Like, oh, that's not exactly what I meant, you know? So
Yeah.
she's saying something which would sound like a mockery type line, but it's not the point. The point right now is she's trying to connect with her husband. She's trying to celebrate with him, and they as a couple are at a disconnect. Because it's not just his fault, it's her fault too. She's missing all of his cues. You know, he's upset.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Back from that line.
Yeah, change your intention.
Okay. Nope. He offered to take her.
Good. Now I'm going to give you another clue.
Okay.
Demand his attention. If he doesn't give it to you, don't speak.
Okay.
Demand it. And then once you have it, then go put on a show for him.
Okay. Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, mister? This date is going to be a fiasco. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I call the complete gentleman. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home.
So, Brian, you're not giving her any attention.
Okay, I was being frustrated by it. But
No, I know, but so I want her not to talk unless she gets your attention. So
Okay,
you are frustrated, but you need to see her, and if she's changing notes, you got to be curious about it. Now you could keep moving or whatever, but you have to see so that if she releases herself, you got to be available to go in and pay attention and be there.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Let me grab this stuff back.
Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, mister? This date is going to be a fiasco tonight.
Go pick up the phone, Brian. Keep the clothes in your hand. Keep the clothes in your hand. Just pick up the phone.
He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's what I call the complete gentleman. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home. Maybe he'll sleep over. Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Chic of Budapest. Oh boy, what a night. Paul?
What a rotten thing to do to your own mother.
What?
Do you have any idea how uncomfortable that must have been for her? Do you know what kind of night this must have been?
Well, it's not over yet.
What are you, 15?
16, thank you very much.
Corey, she clearly wasn't ready to start dating. You forced her into this.
What are you so angry about, Paul?
I told you. I feel terrible for your mother.
Why? Where is she at this very minute? Alone with probably the most attractive man she's ever met. Don't tell me that doesn't beat the hell out of hair curlers and the Late Late Show.
Oh, I can just hear it now. What sparkling conversation. He's probably telling her about a chicken cacciatore he once cooked for the High Lama of Tibet, and she's sitting there shoving pink pills in her mouth.
Don't be so dramatic.
I don't understand how you can be so unconcerned about this.
I'm concerned. I'm plenty concerned. Do you think I'm going to get one wink of sleep until that phone rings tomorrow? I'm scared to death for my mother, but I'm grateful there's finally the opportunity for something to be scared about. What I'm really concerned about is you.
Me? Me?
I'm beginning to wonder if you're capable of having a good time.
Why? Because I like to wear my gloves in the winter?
No, because there isn't the least bit of adventure in you. Do you know what you are? You're a watcher. There are watchers in this world and there are doers. And the watchers sit around watching the doers do. Well, tonight you watched and I did.
Yeah, well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was to do what you were watching.
I think you missed that line, Brian. Than it was for you to do what I was watching, I think, right? Was it do?
Yeah, well, it was a lot harder to watch what you did than it was for you to do what I was watching.
Yeah, it got jumbled there a little bit. All right, good. So this is coming alive now, okay? So one of the things that I want to make sure we don't lose in this scene, and it comes up in a lot of scenes, but when there's a substance involved. So there is alcohol is a character in the play. So McKenna, you're going to be continually drinking through the scene, and you're going to continually be getting more drunk, which changes her outlook on things, and it's part of the big reason why she hits the wall that she hits and goes all the way to the end and says the big D word and all that.
Okay.
Because she's not really speaking for herself at that moment.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a part of it. Now, it's funny because I forgot that line was in there, but you understand what I was trying to say now. It's so funny because the playwright says it as well. You're a watcher and I'm a doer. Mm-hmm. And I was trying to tell you, give him something to watch. Like you should be going and doing something that is creating a feeling that he literally has to sit and watch you.
Okay.
And from his perspective, what's interesting is you could be as sexy as you want, and it won't matter if he's mad enough. It'll just make him more mad.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever been around somebody where you're sober and they're really drunk. It's not fun. And they think it's fun, but it's just not fun. They're not as charismatic as they think they are.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's where you're at, is you're already wasted. You're drinking more. You think you're being totally flirtatious. You think you're being, just like the best girl in the world. And really, you're not picking up on any of his social cues whatsoever.
Okay.
This thing is good. Oh, there you go. You're back. All right, good. So let's maybe just take it back a couple lines here, and we'll try to surge forward a little bit, and then we can give some notes, answer some questions, and then we'll give you some homework moving forward.
Okay. What line do you want to go from?
Get
my shoes out of the closet.
Why don't we go all the way back to that line that you struggle with when it's time to get up? Because I want to see you put on a show, and I want to see him forced to watch you.
Okay.
Can we enter this guy in?
Yep.
All right. So Brian, I'm going to show you something here. I'm going to jump on
Turn on.
We're calling this the teacher cam here. Okay. Can you see me here now? Brian? Hello? Brian? Can you see me here?
Can I see you there?
Yeah, you see this handheld camera?
I can see you holding up a phone in front of your face.
Good, that's what I'm trying to do. So here's you, and when you're storming around. Oh, I'm muted? How am I muted? He can't hear me through this?
Yeah, I can see now, but you're muted.
You don't hear me at all?
Yeah, you're muted, but I can see you.
Here, I got you.
Why is that?
I'll unmute your laugh. You're good.
Okay. Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Can you hear me now? All
I
right,
have to
good.
mix the two.
Got it. Okay, so Brian, watch me real fast.
Okay.
Okay, so you're mad, okay? You're storming around and you're like, forget this, man. Like, I'm not gonna whatever. And then you kind of peek down and she's doing something, putting on a show, and you're like you're gonna have to stop and take a second and watch her. And then when she's finally done, what's interesting is it's more of a jerk move to go ahead and zone in. And then she thinks it's gonna be a compliment, and then it's not. And then you release again, right? So that's the idea of how you can use this, but you can't just put it down and disengage and run away.
Yeah.
Because if you do that, then you're not connecting to her. So when she demands your attention, let her see you, or let her see you watching her, and then that can make you more and more mad. But it's even funnier for you to give her the thing that she doesn't think is coming. It's more of an insult.
Gotcha.
Okay? So sometimes, like, hey, I'm busy. I'm doing the laundry or whatever. I'm hanging up my clothes. And maybe sometimes the phone's laying down. Other times, though, maybe I want to hold the phone. Maybe I want to do this, and I want to like take you with me to the other room, and I want to be like, oh yeah? Guess what? I make my own freaking coffee, okay? That's what I do. And it's like a demonstration of what you do. And then you slam the phone down someplace else, and you're like, you know what, Corey, I'm gonna be in the other room, okay? And so now, like, that whole, like, the whole operation is part of your storming, but at some point in time, whenever she's doing her thing, you'll have to be watching, and when you're kind of going off the rails, she needs to be watching.
Gotcha.
Okay, and it's literally just like the stage.
Cool.
Cool. It's a new thing Joey and I are playing with called the teacher cam.
It's so cool.
All right, cool. So let's go back. Let's just go back to this line, okay, McKenna? And I want you to demand his attention, and you be brave, young lady. Right now, you be brave, you be fun, you are live right now. There are a bunch of people watching you, and you have a responsibility to entertain us, to not only demand his attention, but to demand our attention.
So we're going back to the nope. He offered to take her home.
Uh-huh.
That like monologue.
That's right. And I want you to flirt with it, and I want you to find ways to demand our attention and demand his attention. So he has to stop what he's doing and just watch you.
Okay.
And then you can be a doer, and he can be a watcher. And then you can rub that next line in his face once you get there, which is a lot of fun.
Okay. I do like that line.
Yeah, it's a great line.
Okay.
Turns out Neil Simon knows what the heck he's doing.
Okay. Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, Mr.? Oh, you're muted, Brian.
Yeah.
You good now? Okay.
All right, he's back.
Hey, can you make the teacher cam disappear as well?
You got to go to gallery view because I think Joey's trying to keep me in there so that because it was too much of a delay.
Gotcha. Okay.
His video's not showing, and it's in speaker view.
Can you see now?
Once she talks, you'll be fine.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Cool.
Yeah. So I should be big now. Am I the big view that you have?
Nope. This teacher cam is.
Oh,
just go,
take
Brian.
me out. Just take me out of it.
Gallery.
Okay, here we go.
Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, Mr.
Go back, Brian. Go back. So she's trying so hard, and you're ignoring. You can't. You've already decided what you're gonna do, and no matter what she does, it's not gonna change the fact you're gonna take that coat off your shoulder.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so listen now. And try to take the coat off, but if she stops you, let her stop you.
Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, Mr.? This date is going to be a fiasco. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home.
Got to go, McKenna. You got to go. So you should already be up and doing something fun and interesting. Because if your back is not to him and you keep peeking, then he's not a watcher anymore.
Okay.
You want to turn him into a voyeur. Like he needs to be watching you flirt, and you're expecting when you come back to get this great response, and then you won't get it.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I need you to release him completely, get up and go, and keep talking to him, but knowing that you're kind of being sexy as you walk, or whatever you're doing back there.
Okay.
Okay?
Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, Mr.? This date is going to be a fiasco. He's taking her all the way out to New Jersey at 2 o'clock in the morning. He hasn't even given a thought about.
Go back. You're mad again.
I don't feel mad. Maybe I'm just not good at flirting. I don't know. Okay.
Maybe we might have to teach you that lesson. We'll see.
Yeah.
I had to learn it. It's
social distancing doesn't help that at all. All right.
There you go. Now you're playing with your hair. See, that's it. So you start doing that, and all of a sudden you're putting on a show, and you make him watch it.
Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, Mister?
Go.
This date is going to be a fiasco.
No. So the problem is you're holding on through the line. You're wanting so badly to say, Mister, it's gonna be a fiasco. Like you're wanting to rub it in his face.
Yeah.
You need to just say the line, and you can release him so that he has to watch you. Okay. So it sounds more, instead of this is going to be a fiasco tonight, it's more like, Mister, this is going to be a fiasco tonight. Like this is going to be hot. It's going to be great. You know, you're not trying to say I'm right, you're wrong. You're just trying to say, it turns out things are going to work very well for my mother, and if you play your cards right, things might turn out well for you too, sir.
True.
Okay.
Fair.
That's her POV right now.
Okay.
All right, let's try it again.
Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, Mister? This date's going to be a fiasco.
Good.
Right?
Halfway through the line, get up and go.
Halfway through that line.
Yeah. You don't need to see his response.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? All you have to do is get his attention. Once you have it, then your responsibility is to keep his attention.
Okay.
Because if you hold on there like that, he's going to release you. He's going to put the phone down and start walking away and putting away clothes.
Okay.
So you have to do something that's going to hold his attention. And if you're staring at him, he's not going to put the phone down because then you're watching him, which is what he'd rather have. I mean, this is a power struggle, sort of.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Right. Nope. He offered to take her home. How about that, Mr. This date's going to be a fiasco tonight? He hasn't even given a thought about how he's going to get home. Maybe he'll sleep over. Hey, Paul, do you think? No, not my mother. Then again, anything can happen with the Chic of Budapest. Boy, what a night. Paul, you still there?
What a rotten thing to do to your own mother.
Okay, good. Yeah, nice. All right, so we're going to stop here in a minute, but I wanted to sort of show you. So you were doing something there now, McKenna, where you really are flirting and you're releasing, and so now you're going to have to figure out what can you play with. How can you set up your space better so you have more to do that you feel comfortable with, but that could get his attention, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I'll give you a for instance, something that would be totally, maybe I don't necessarily want you to do this, but something that would be funny would be if you're doing this whole show, he's watching you for a minute, and then at some point, you're very flirtatious, and you maybe like start showing him your leg, or you're like lean in with your cleavage or something, but you're not looking. And as soon as you start doing that, he puts the phone down. And so you're waiting for a response, and nothing comes, and we see nobody over there. And then there's a long pause, and you come back, and you're like, Paul, are you there? Right? So like those are the kind of moments that we can create, and we have to create via video. Because that's the joke. That's the joke that's written in there originally that we know how to pull off on the stage, and we have to find a way to do it via video.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of going for with like taking my shoes off.
Yes,
like putting my leg
exactly.
up on the chair.
That's exactly right. So we just didn't lean into it long enough. Hold it, and you have to now get creative with your angles. You have to practice it essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, that was good. All right, good. So let's talk really quick. We got about 14 minutes left to kind of wrap this up. So right now, let's first of all, what did you learn today?
Gosh. Well, a lot, but let's see. I learned how important it is to lose somebody's attention. Like you really have to fight for it, especially if it's over, a video cam. I think I've kind of just been playing it in rehearsals like, well, he has to give me the attention because we're in a scene together, and what else is he going to do? But like I have to fight to keep his attention.
Totally. Think about being on a phone call with somebody or a video call with somebody, and you say something, and you're expecting a response, and then nothing comes in a couple seconds. It's very frustrating.
Yeah.
And then they respond, but it's not exactly what you expected them to respond with, and you know darn well they weren't really listening.
Yeah.
And it's like, ah. So that's very important for you to watch and maintain the connection, and then release when you want to as a power move. And then as you think you're going to get it back, he releases in his way. So you start playing this cat and mouse game that can be very fun to play. How about you, Brian?
There were a few things. One was the writing part. So sort of looking back and just making sure that all the things are still bringing everything that needs to be brought to it. Because I didn't think about.
I think you made it too hard on yourself, really. I think you probably made your process too hard, because you had most of it already memorized, I think, and then went back and kind of, it sounds like, rewrote most of it. Yeah, I did, and it was really, really hard, and probably, and I just misunderstood, I guess, like kind of, I was trying to really make it make sense as to why they're in two different locations and how we would get to that location in a certain amount of time, but also have gone on a date and like all that stuff, and so yeah, I think I just overcomplicated it. Sure. Which is definitely something
I can do. And then for me, when I do things, I do this also in life, so I just have to be cautious of it. It's just, you and I talked about this the other day. It's then you're focusing on the wrong thing, you know, the one thing. And you even had in the email, you know, if there's any questions, reach out. And so it would have been very simple to just go, hey, this is the right that I was thinking. What do you think? You know?
Yeah.
And then not spent forever memorizing, going through that and feeling lost. And then it would have had more moments to work on some of the other fun stuff also. And then on top of that, it's cool because we've been doing it in class, but having to do a scene in this type of format was just very, very different. We were struggling in rehearsal with the whole like me doing stuff, but then also giving attention.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was a cool lesson in how to listen to the other person through this and still build emotion together, like just like the stage, when to look, when not to look, like things like that. And keep your activeness. Like I was definitely being way too active.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So
yes,
yeah,
and it's just like on stage. When you move, you speak.
Yeah.
So there are times when I want to put on a show for you. You know, you were there for. I just spoke about this on Mornings with Matt. We went deep into the fight that Joey and I had yesterday, and you were there. You got to see the climax of that fight. And the truth is, the both of us were putting on a show for you, physically. Like, you were in the room, and so we were both trying to out-yell the other person, you know, just to win for some, you know, stupid thing. And it was over like a dish, you know, it was like no big deal. Yeah. And so what's funny, and this is a great lesson for the scene study class here, is it came down to the fact that we were not sensitive to each other's backstories as human beings. So Joey saw me as a human being, and he's like, oh, well, Matt's wife and kids came and dropped him off food, and he got to take a nap, you know, during this moment here, and like dude's got like the life, like who could be better than him right now? And I agree. I mean, my life's pretty great, but in that moment, I was dealing with a lot that day, like a lot, you know, and I had new information put on me, and so things that he didn't know, like he didn't know I had been grinding since 2 a.m. So for me to take a nap at 6 is not unreasonable for me to take a 20-minute nap and then wake up, you know, but to him, from his perspective, he didn't see my backstory. So, and I think a lot of times what happens is we'll tend to judge people or judge characters without diving into their backstories. And so I was saying both of these characters are right and both of these characters are wrong. Yeah. And it's important that we as actors figure that out and we understand, how is my character right? How is my character wrong? How can I figure out how to love my character, even if they're a bad person or they've done a bad thing or they're being a jerk in the moment? Where is it coming from? Where's their pain? And that's when you understand, like, okay, I've got to find a way to, I'm not going to move just because the playwright says I have to move. I'm going to move, I'm going to figure out why the playwright said I need to move. Then I'll make sure that we've connected and I'm in that state that makes sense for the why, and then I'll move, because then it will matter and she'll be paying attention and we'll be paying attention.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I can tell you though, for the two of you, there were moments when I was watching and I very much felt like I was accidentally a part of a video chat that I didn't belong in, which is great.
Yeah.
You know, because that's what acting is. Acting is you being real and us feeling like we're a fly on the wall watching real life happen. McKenna, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it sounds silly, but that I told Joey this, like, when you guys were fighting yesterday, I actually took kind of some of it for inspiration for the scene, because like when I was a little fly on the wall, I seriously like got to see you both get like angry, like without hesitation. And I did feel like I was in an audience of a play.
Totally.
And that was what was happening.
That's because we were both showing off for you. I mean, that's the truth. Like, we can laugh about it now. We were both totally trying to get your attention and be like, it was a real fight.
It was like,
I was mad because he didn't put a dish in the sink, and he was mad because he was like, I'm just gonna take it home later, you know. And it was so silly, but what's funny, it was the next day, and so I was only mad because Joey wasn't admitting one thing, and he was mad because he was like, why are you forcing me to admit this thing? And it just escalated into this crazy fight. But what's funny is, like, I talked about this morning, it had nothing to do with the dish. It had nothing to do with each other. It had to do with 3.5 weeks worth of combined pent-up rage at the coronavirus. You know,
Fair.
and it just came up, and it came out, and it came out with a vengeance. And thank goodness it came out on each other. Two people that love each other and can get through it and can forgive and say, hey, you know, it's cool. Like, I didn't mean it. Yeah, me neither. Cool. Good fight. We're done. So that's part of the idea there. But yeah, and what's interesting, Brian, is don't forget how capable you are, and McKenna, how capable you are of going there. Like, we've all gone to a 10, to a 12. Fight.
Yeah.
So now you have to just think, and that's why it's so important when you took out some of the things that were making him mad, that it sort of changes the game a little bit, where I'm not sure that it justifies the anger enough.
Gotcha.
With some of the things you took out, and that's why I would probably put some of them back in.
Okay, cool. We'll
And the adjustments you're going to be looking at would be a line like this. If she said to you, she's sitting on the couch and she says, "Hey, babe, come here, sit down here next to me, will you?" Instead of saying that, she might say, "Hey, babe, come here, look, sit down, will you?" So you could sit from across the video. You just can't sit down right here across the video.
Right. That makes sense.
It's that simple. If you can adjust that and then justify, like you said, why you're in two different places, everything else can be true, what happened. And then there's just a moment in time where, for whatever reason, he had to go to a hotel before his big thing tomorrow. And you know, and she's at the apartment. And so for whatever reason, you're apart and you're speaking over video. But other than that, the rest of the circumstances are the same, so that we get the story across. That's the most important thing.
Cool.
All right, so before we wrap, do you have any questions?
Yeah, one brief thing. So I'm going to be getting drunker as this goes on.
100%.
Okay. Okay.
You'll get drunker, and then the alcohol flirtation will turn to confusion, which will turn to hurt, which will turn to anger, which will turn back to hurt, which will turn back to anger. And that's kind of the way it goes. And Brian will be doing the same thing. And I'll tell you what's funny. Like, this is what's so crazy about great art, is if you were now to replay Joey's and my fight about the dish, and how mad we were. I mean, really, just like big anger.
I threw an espresso on the floor.
And you hear, he threw an espresso. So you think about this, and you go back, and if we were able to write the lines out and memorize them and put it up in front of an audience, the fact that we're talking about a dish, it's so funny to be that mad about something like that. But that's life. So these playwrights take these moments, and they kind of bring some of the big highlights of life that we all experience, and they bring them to the forefront. And that's why it's funny. Like, it shouldn't be funny for us to watch you two yell at each other, but it is, because it's kind of ridiculous the way you yell at each other, the way you go after each other. It's very, you know, I don't know, petty and stuff at times, which can be very fun to watch, because we all see ourselves in that moment. We're going, yeah, I've done that.
Yeah.
Good question. Any other questions?
Nope.
No, I think we have a bit to work on.
Awesome. All right. Well done, you two. Thank you for being first up. You did very well.
Thank you.
All right, so what's going to happen now, I'm going to open the waiting room for those who are in the live. They can come in, congratulate you guys. You'll have a bit of community. We'll get the next performers ready, and we'll be back in about 10-15 minutes.
Nice work, McKenna.
Same to you.
We got some stuff to do.
Yeah, we do. I think we might need to go rework some of those lines.
Yep. I think there's a fair amount, but not a crazy amount. So that's the good thing. It shouldn't be like, I've seen in my head which ones we took out, and it's like, okay, that's not. That'd be as bad.
when you relax through, you can push right through the challenge, just like you did.
So here's the deal. If you don't get to the why, you're going to be lost.
What am I supposed to be trying to say?
Wait. Right up. I want you to be selfless right now. 1, 2, 3.
I tried to explain.
I don't want you to think about getting through the monologue.
Young people.
Yes!
Let's go!
Because my job isn't to work the monologue. My job is to work on you.
It's not about how many classes are on the resume. It's about your work ethic and persistence.
Who's further along than they were when they walked in the room? Agreeing is so good, it's so important, a foundational element of improv.
I am Amelia Jones.
If we agree and don't add something, then we have nothing to build on.
Well, I'm thinking about firing you.
Please don't do that. Characters! So you gotta find ways to let your teammate help you through that. Again, but the truth is, if we can't stay in character, it doesn't matter how good your characters are, we're gonna stop caring.
I love you.
Get a play title.
There it is!
If you can apply this both to improv and life, your improv is going to be better than ever, and your relationships are going to be better than ever.
If it's not natural, don't do it until it is natural. That was 100% the right choice.
The moment you realize you're stuck for a sec, stop and literally take a breath.
You have to react to that from his point of view as honestly as possible.
1, 2, 3.
Brian officiates weddings. That's kind of like something that he does.
What's your track record?
Like still married?
Yeah.
Like who stays together? Like 1 in 4.
That's a
Okay.
losing
Reverse.
record there, bud.
hurtful. So I just got back in town late last night. How was the studio for a week without the old MD?
It was great.
It was so amazing.
Like, nobody is really thinking about you at all.
You should be filming stuff every single day. And you should be auditioning for yourself at your house, scheduling something in to better yourself in some way.
It's just always, it goes back to that, okay, you've got these great couple days, you've got these great auditions, you turned in that great paper, now what are you going to do on the fourth day?
Can I please end the podcast?
Yes.
All right, we'd like to give everyone a big bear hug here on Valentine's Day.
Oh, wow, that was just...
That is the end of our podcast. Thank you for listening. Happy Valentine's Day. We've got a guest here today, and he's cute. He's a cute boy, I'd say. Jared, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you. Open up the chest.
Oh, just flex those pectorals. Well, we're not talking about anything yet, actually. We're trying to get there. I love your Instagram videos. You can find Jared at Jared Mishlove. Optimal Gains.
Yeah, it's Optimal Gains, baby.
He said it like that. Optimal Gains. Optimal Gains.
Yeah, that's more like it. I like how Joey said it. I am constantly analyzing how you guys teach and figuring out how I can implement those principles into my training with my clients, because I just envy it so much. I leave every single class here feeling like I learned something new.
If you don't have fingers, is there any other thing other than pull-ups maybe? That you can
stop
do
making
for
excuses and get up on the pull-up bar. You can't be a master of all.
You want to hear an extraordinary story?
Yeah.
So there's this young man, he's in our acting classes, his name is Jonathan. And Jonathan has a very rare disease where he's been in a wheelchair his entire life and he has very little control over his body and he has to be in this big old wheelchair. Jonathan's been in there his whole life, but he doesn't complain. It's like the craziest thing, he doesn't complain. His why for doing this is so important, and that this is what we teach, is the whole personal development side of this thing. It's like, why are you here?
My why is to show people, whether they're in chairs or not, that you can do anything you want to do if you work hard enough.
And I said, dude, that's a strong why. I'm gonna help you with that and we are gonna get there, I promise you. Now what's special about Jonathan is Jonathan wants to be an actor. He's a student here. He wants to be an actor and he found us about a year ago. And I said, Jonathan, you really want to be an actor? He said, yeah.
I just want to glorify God too, because He's the reason I'm here. He's the reason we're all here, so.
He was born with cerebral palsy and he didn't get to see him on TV, and he's like, we are underserved and we're underrepresented and I want to represent us. And I said, okay, you really want to be an actor? He says, yeah. And I said, okay, that means I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to push you. He says, okay. So what do? We work hard. He does the memorizing. Is it harder for him than it is for you? It's harder for him than it is for you, but he does the work. We had a casting today for a big commercial. Jonathan came in for the callback. Guess who got the commercial? Jonathan. I know, and I cannot wait to tell Jonathan today in class that he landed the job. And here he is, man, first commercial. All right, now, keep working hard.
Yeah.
Will reopen slowly, and it's like, but normal life won't like necessarily resume until like a year or two later.
And even then, I feel like life's still going to be so different just because of the technological advances that we've been forced to make and stuff. So that's
totally,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
A lot more businesses are probably going to work at home now, you know. I think the whole world is going to change for sure.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot more jobs where, you know, they're going to be automated by robots even more now. There's going to be a lot more people out of work.
It is really amazing to see, though, how, like, education can really be changed by this. Like, everyone would opt for a classroom over Zoom, but, like, for countries that, you know, don't have that kind of access to education and who would otherwise, like, people wouldn't get schooling, it's going to be amazing in that regard. for them to access.
Mhm.
Yeah. Lots gonna change. It's crazy.
All right, everybody, sending y'all back over to
What
the
scene are you guys
waiting
doing?
room.
It's from. Why did I just forget the play completely? All in the timing.
I'm sending y'all back over to the live.
Okay.
The next
Thank
scene,
you.
Boys Next Door with Shay and Dakota, will begin soon.
Rework some of those ones. Yeah, yeah.
All right, everybody, sending y'all back over to the
What scene are you guys doing?
It's.
That's just because there wasn't anything coming in.
unmute them.
Okie doke. They have been unmuted.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to Masterclass. Next up, we have Shay and Dakota working through an excerpt from the play The Boys Next Door.
Hi, Sheila.
Hi, Norman.
Hi, Sheila.
Hi, Norman.
Hi, Sheila. My name is Norman Bolonsky. Welcome to my home. Thank you for answering my call.
Your home is nice, Norman. It looks cozy.
It used to be better when we had those little rugs. Arnold's got them hid.
Arnold. Ugh. He's not there, is he?
Oh boy. That's all we need. Oh boy.
Arnold.
Oh boy. Can I manage your coat?
Gee, Norman, you're funny. You can't manage my coat. We're talking on the phone.
Oh boy.
I got to get off at 9. The bus comes then. It's 7:30 now.
See this? It's a timer. It times things. Eggs and things. I'll just set it and then you won't be late.
It's 7:30 now. I got to get off at 9.
All I have to do is set it like this. On the night, see? Don't worry. It works like a butler or somebody. My name is Norman Bolonsky.
Did you get the flowers I picked for you? I dropped them off outside on my way home from the bus stop yesterday.
All right, good. So we're going to take this back for a second. Hello, you two. Welcome.
Hi.
What's up, man?
Life is good. So let's start, Shay. Tell me about her. What kind of choices did you make there?
So Sheila is she's high functioning. She can live and do things on her own, but she is obviously she lives in a group home with other women, and she's supported. She has one support in her life, and that's her sister, Susan. Susan comes and sees her. Susan's kind of her only friend. And Sheila's a nervous person. She's fixated on time. She's fixated on little things, and she's very loud. So she speaks with a loud voice. And she's always thinking about what she's going to say.
Why did you where did you get that she's loud? Was that just a choice you made?
Yeah.
Okay. And
especially being on the Zoom call with him. So this is the first time that they're doing this, and we have decided that, you know, Jack set this up for Norman, and my sister Susan came in and set this up for me so I could do this. So she doesn't really understand how she's communicating with him through this, and she wants to make sure he can understand her. That's why I made that choice.
Okay. So I think that we need to start with her physical work. Did you do any physical work with Sheila?
What I wanted to do with her was I wanted to keep her sitting until she has to get up, because she gets up at one point and opens the door. Mm-hmm. But what Dakota and I talked about was that essentially what we pictured their moment before being and what we practiced was they were sat down at the table. We actually spent the whole 10 minutes before Joey said, hey, we're going to let you in, sitting in silence. So her trying to figure out the camera, but this has all been done for her. So she was just sat down. So I wanted her sitting and making sure that she was ready.
Okay.
That's why I didn't ever moving.
So I think that's probably, I understand why you did that. I wonder if it would make sense for where the two of them are for them to have done it themselves.
Okay.
Only because in the play, she walks herself over to his place.
Right.
So it would have been something that they've rehearsed. And, and that's the thing that I think where it's missing a little bit is the idea of, it's funny because she could be standing and he could say, won't you take a seat? Why does he say that? And I know you took the line out, but why does he say, won't you take a seat? Dakota?
Because he's being polite. Because in the play, he's inviting her into his home. So one thing he says, my name is Norman Belansky. Welcome to my home. Won't you take a seat? We feel like, Shay and I kind of came to the conclusion that we feel like that was almost like rehearsed.
No, not almost rehearsed. It is rehearsed. You read the whole play, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he practiced that line over and over and over and over again with Jack. Jack said, this is what you say.
Mm-hmm.
Here's how you treat a woman. This is how it works. When you go on a date, this is what you say. So he's rehearsed it. So imagine almost like they were supposed to meet in person and then something came up and they weren't able to, so they're gonna meet this way instead. He's already rehearsed the line. He can't undo it. He's too nervous. He's too nervous to change what he says. So even in the play, she doesn't really sit. I mean, she does eventually, but the idea is like he's saying it, but he's not saying it because he really wants her to sit. He's just saying it because that's the line he's rehearsed.
Yeah.
Okay. So whatever you say, it's got to be repeated. It's got to be rehearsed, essentially.
Oh, I was going to say then, did you want us to change the writing back to more of the original writing?
You probably could. I mean, because you have to go back to why are you changing it, and is it something that just doesn't work? So even like the "May I manage your coat," her response to that is "I'm not wearing one." So it actually still works.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're right. We just thought of it as physically that he can't manage my coat.
Right.
But you're right, because she just says, I don't got one.
But physically, he can't manage her coat in the play either, because she's not wearing one. So once again, it goes back to why does he say that? Because he's rehearsed it. It's like a bad actor, if you think about it. You've rehearsed the line. You're gonna say it no matter what, even if it doesn't make sense. If you're not living in the moment, you're just gonna just say it anyway. And so that's essentially what's happening is they've both rehearsed these things, but him especially you've really rehearsed lines, almost like a guy who's trying too hard to be Casanova, and and he's giving her the one-liner thing that he's memorized, and it's like totally lame. But
said in the same exact way every time.
That's right. But his is sweet. His is I've really memorized that this is the way you're supposed to treat a girl, but he's clearly not listening to the room.
Yeah.
And then. So I like what you were saying about being there frozen. I was hoping that was a choice, and I kind of think you could probably lean into that in the very beginning. So I'm trying to think of why you weren't talking yet in the very, very beginning.
So for the moment before, was that he sees this girl he really likes, so there's like this like nervousness of something, and maybe I'm thinking too much about this, where like someone has to say something and he's just like he thinks she's freaking beautiful and he thinks she's really cool, so he's just like you're talking to a girl that you really, really like, or someone you really, really like, but you don't know how to like say something.
Yeah.
Which I feel like goes into the back and forth at the beginning, where it's like,
for sure. You're right about that. But in the play, they kind of jump right into the lines. But I like the idea of, because it's via video, that there was this pause for the reason you gave, actually, was the two of you sat there in 10 minutes in silence.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind there being a long gap of silence, actually, to start this scene off. Because imagine this, if you don't hear the other person, so the other person doesn't talk or move first and you don't hear anything, you might not know that they can see you, and you just think that you can see them. So you could just you could continue to do different things, not knowing how the technology works 100%, not realizing that they're already there, and that's partly funny too. So Shay, try this instead, okay? Can you, you're on a computer there, it looks like?
Yeah.
Can you grab the computer and just pull it right up to your face?
I have the camera, so I'd have to zoom the camera in.
Can you hold the camera or no?
Yeah.
Use the strap on the side.
Got it.
You can use it as a camcorder because that's what it is. It'll be kind of
so
funny.
It's totally the way too close to the face kind of a thing.
Like, can you reverse the camera on yourself, Shay? Can you pick it
Shay.
up?
Yeah, I just have to get it off.
Yeah, here, Shay, here's what you'll do. You'll pick up the camera and then like pick up the camera and the stand with it and then unscrew the stand once it's above the ground a little bit. Cause then you won't have to.
But even like this is funny. Can you see him also? Like
if I look at my computer screen.
Yeah, so I want you holding the computer also and holding the stand. I wanted this to be hard for you.
Okay.
Trust me, it's hard for her.
It would be hard for anybody, but okay, good. Now be trying really hard to look good and be trying to connect. Good. And now Norman, you be grabbing the camera, okay? And you want to make sure she can see you too. So you're not sure she can see you, so you want to make sure she sees you. What would make sense to him? If she can't see you, maybe you just got to get closer.
And Dakota,
Yeah.
can you turn your phone sideways?
Sure.
There you go. That's better.
Better?
Yeah.
Cool.
Good. Now, you both have the extreme sensation that you need to pee, okay? So just be like squeezing in that area, and it's just it's an intense feeling, really intense. And keep connecting to each other, and the more you look at each other, the more you have to pee. For some reason it's like this really good sensation of I have to pee. So you want to keep looking, you want to keep feeling the feeling more. So keep checking in. But the more you look, the more you have to pee. So you can't keep looking the whole time. It's just crazy. And more and more and more. It's like I want to feel more of this feeling, but it's so uncomfortable. There we go. Keep going. Okay, keep going. Keep piling up. Keep peeking at her. Begin.
Hi, Sheila.
Hi, Norman.
Hi, Sheila.
Hi, Norman.
Hi, Sheila. My name is Norman Belansky. Welcome to my home.
All right, good. So
answering my
now we're on to something. Now, Dakota, Norman is the one that's big. He is larger than life. So,
Okay.
so when he begins, he's got all that feeling, but it's gonna. Can you see me? Or no?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see you.
So when he comes in, it's like here,
It's
and
explosive.
he's going, hi Sheila, like I can't believe it's you.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
you gotta get, I want you to get this across because it's gonna play for the whole scene. The reason I'm having you feel like you have to go potty is because that's all they really know. So they're gonna be like literally tugging at their pants and their skirt in that area, but they're feeling turned on. They just don't know what the feeling means. They don't understand it. They have childlike aptitude. So they're very innocent in a lot of ways. Okay? So I want you to put it in this frame of mind, the excitement, okay? This morning my wife told me my baby son, he's 1 year old, he's doing something new. He wakes up in the morning and he grabs her phone and he throws it and he goes, Dada! Because she usually FaceTimes me in the morning, and so he was like, make the box work, you know? I want to see the Dada in the box. So then when I come on, every time, the second he sees me, it's Dada! You know, like that's the response because he doesn't get it. Like he knows me, and then now I'm in the box. Like, what is that? That's weird. It's like an interesting thing, right? So she's there, and when you get to say hi and you decide you're gonna talk to her, you want to just give her all of that big Norman energy. But yes, you also have a hard time looking at her because she's so attractive. I mean, like crazy attractive. But you almost have a hard time being nervous. Like I don't know that you have to play nervous because it's like it's gonna manifest itself differently for him. So he's gonna be like awkward as can be, but he won't probably go quiet. He's gonna maybe get louder.
Oh, okay.
You know, and he's gonna be, welcome to my home. Won't you take a seat? You know, like he's memorized it, and that's so good. You know, he's putting on the show for her.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then Sheila, you just like this guy he's the man of your dreams. You're picky. But this guy, he's like the one. And you don't really, again, you don't know what that means. Like think of her like an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old. Like so she's in love and going to get married, but think of yourself when you were 8 and you were in love and you were going to get married with a kid, some other, child on the playground. You didn't know what that meant.
Right.
So that's the feeling she's feeling right now. Is she's going like, I'm feeling all these feelings physically because I'm an adult physically, but I don't understand what they mean because I'm a child, and I'm a child with innocence. It's not a child like stupid. It's a child in innocence of I've only progressed so far that I can't really interpret some of these feelings that I'm having, and so therefore it comes out in a certain way. And so there will be things that he says that to you are offensive, even maybe when he's not listening, but it's more because of how much you think he's attractive and how much you want him to say the right things, and you're almost like rooting for him, but you miss his social cues too. Like it goes back and forth, and I think there's something interesting about the fact that she wants everything to be perfect. Like you said, she's of the two of them. If we want to play the song, I think is it Billy Joel, the Uptown Girl?
Yeah.
She's the uptown girl,
yeah.
He's the downtown guy. So there's this thing where I imagine of the two of you, you're the one with the computer and the snowball microphone and the, and the fancy camera. But what's hilarious is in order to make it all work, I like that you're having to hold all three, and you're trying to balance it. And you'd hold the mic up to your face and you've got the camera and you're trying so hard to get to do it right. And even that's a part of the a part of her character and part of the funny there, where you want it to be super perfect, but it just won't be.
Right.
Like even what you're doing right now just became very funny to me.
I was very worried that it was issue on my end, and then I was
it's like popsicles and then like nothingness and then stares
and then unsupported signal.
Sheila?
Right, exactly.
Here.
I'm here, Norman. I'm here.
Welcome to my home.
Okay, cool.
Now, what do you have going on over there, Dakota? What kind of prep did you do with your place? Because I'm just seeing a wall.
So that's the thing is like I pretty much just how I went with it was that since obviously I myself don't have a lot of recording equipment, I just use my phone.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a very blank wall and a corner. And then we made the decision when he shows her the wall, shows her like, welcome to my home. We think it would be funny for him to be like in the shot and be like, here's my home, kind of a thing. Like, and she says, oh, it looks cozy because he's not showing her like the whole home.
Oh,
So
I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Because I'm going to be honest with you, Matt. Banked on that. Still have tons of my shit up and like a lot of stuff around. I'm like, yeah. So I should probably do a little more prep for that.
Yeah, I think so. I think so because it goes back to the point. So I said this in the last scene, and you two didn't get to see the last scene, but we want to tell the story. And part of his story is he wants to show her his home. He really wants to show it to her. He's got a sincere interest in her seeing the kitty poster, you know, and you can have a kitty poster. You should. You can print one off and just hang something on the wall so that she can see it, you know. And I used to have this, but Jack said it was too baby, you know, and maybe start taking her to the bathroom. Like, hey, you want to see my bathroom? I got a great bathroom. And you start walking there and she's like, I'm good, you know, I don't need to see it. And you're like, no, I'm serious. Like, I can show you. If you got to go to the bathroom, you should see my bathroom. It's a great bathroom. You know, like even if she had to go to the bathroom there, he might say, do you want to, like, let me show you mine? You know, like that, even that line wouldn't necessarily have to be cut out. I don't know if you cut it out or not, but it wouldn't necessarily need to be, because it's like, it goes back to their why of what they're saying. And and that line too, why does he say, do you want to use the restroom? Why does he say that?
It's rehearsed.
That and you're pulling at your skirt like you got to go pee.
Oh.
You're giving all the signs like you got to go pee, but really what's happening is you're both turned on.
Oh, okay.
Physically, that's what's happening. Mentally, you don't understand it. So you don't really have to go to the bathroom, but you're feeling all these like feels down there. There's pressure. And that's why it's, I mean, literally it's so sweet. Like it's a really, really sweet moment for when we know that that's what's going on. It's like it couldn't be more endearing.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So question then. So since we have other parts in the scene where we do, quote unquote, leave the thing, like leave the screen, would it make more sense then to take the phone or the camera with us? Because I know when she says I have the flowers that I sent you the other day, then would I go out?
So yes. So sometimes yes, and sometimes no. Can I go to this camera real quick,
Okay.
Joe? I want to show you. I want to show you just some ideas that pop into my head. Okay. So you would have Can they still hear me?
Yeah, no.
Still hear
Okay,
you.
cool.
We're turning on your video here.
All right.
There you go.
Hello. You can see me here?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. So there'd be times when you might say that like, oh, the flowers. Oh. And you're just walking like this, you know,
Right.
like it hanging next to you,
Right.
right? And you just, because you're oblivious. And then you kind of remember and you come back up.
Okay.
So that idea of like, you'll have it, but you won't even, like you might, like Norman would be like, oh, you know, just drop his phone.
Yeah.
Because he's not conscious of that. So I liked your idea. My only thought was, if I came in here and I said, like, he put in a lot of effort to set up his house for her. A lot. Hours and hours and hours to the second she got there. To the second she's on the video, he's been setting up. And I do like this idea, though. So the idea, Dakota, is you've got to do the work to set the place up first. Have it be looking amazing. Then, then you can do this. Then you can go, you want to see my home?
Yeah.
Like, that's okay. But the truth behind it has got to be emotionally real for him, that he's done all that work, and he's very proud to show her. He just then wouldn't know how to use the technology right, because then it becomes so cute, and it's real for him. You're going to be so, like, emotionally invested in showing her, and then you're not showing her anything, like you said, is a funny idea. And then she'd watch you do kind of nothing, and then she'd be like, "It's nice, it's cozy." Like and you'd mean that from your perspective. You're going, "Oh, that's great." So I mean, what would be cozy? Maybe your pillow, or I don't know what you're going to show her on the couch. Something like that. So that's the idea of how you can use the device to enhance the story, but understand that it's a story. What is the purpose of this moment? And I got to make sure I'm getting that across.
Okay.
And so then the idea at the end here is the two of you are getting married. Did you figure that out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Did you get that, Dakota?
I mean, I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna go places. I guess I just didn't think that far into it. Where I was like, oh, they're gonna be together a long time. That's
no.
sweet.
So
marriage just didn't. I don't know why marriage just didn't cross my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, huh.
So in the play, he here. This is giving fuzz, I think.
Okay.
In the play, he doesn't let anyone touch his keys.
Right.
He doesn't let her touch his keys. His keys are the most important thing to him in the entire world. More important than anything. Therefore, what does Sheila want more than anything? Is to touch his keys.
Mhm.
She's always asking, can I see your keys? Can I hold your keys? Can I touch your keys? And he's going, no, no, no. Can I touch your keys? No. So there's this battle where she knows the importance and she wants to be let into the most important part of your life, but you can't let her in. You want to, but like you don't understand, like these are my keys. Like they're my keys. Like I'm not capable of giving these up. So what do? You go out and you create, and I'm getting chills right now. You go out and create a key ring for her with all kinds of special keys that are, you know, from random places and this and that, and it's like none of it is. It's so weird that the way he gets them and stuff, and it's so beautiful. And he hands her the keys, and she goes, "Oh, Norman, you got me keys." It's a ring. That's the ring. That's the I want to be with you forever. This is the thing that's the most special to me, and she knows it, and he knows it. So when he gives her the box, he wrapped it up, and she opens the box, and inside the box is the ring. It's a very beautiful moment, and she cries, and he cries, and it's like you just got engaged. Like that's what happened. So then he celebrates, and then what's funny is she's then got to go because of time.
Yeah.
Because she's so obsessed with time, and then we don't realize that, you know, you had 2 hours, but really you shortened it down to 10 minutes or whatever it is, whatever the exact time is because of the egg timer. So then once again, as an audience, we feel for you so bad because we're like, oh, you guys can hang out for more time. You have more time, but you don't understand it. And that's why I think he says something like, what is it, like 10 and
7:30
2?
and 9 are too soon together.
They're too close together. Yeah, it's painful for you that you have to say goodbye right now.
Yeah.
For both of you, it's very painful that you have to say goodbye, that the time is up and that she's got to go.
Got it.
And then at the same time, there's this crazy euphoric celebration and you know, you're going to be throwing the donuts and the whole bit.
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's go again. So take all that information. You can even take a second to digest it a little bit for yourself and then realize, how can I creatively now use my setup and whatnot to get this across to the other person? Sheila, you're a little more serious than you were playing her, and I don't want you to play her loud and deadpan.
Okay.
I want you to try to connect with him, and you need a very specific master gesture. So something that would probably be physically hard for her. So maybe you can give her, like, I don't know, extreme inverted feet, or something that, like, her hip is bad, something like extreme. And then she's, you know, just something physical that can make you feel like not you. Okay. Maybe an arm that's harder to move, you know, something that's kind of like down here, and so that the whole time she has to really try.
Okay.
To do certain things.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so to open this up, Dakota, you need to be setting up your apartment.
Oh, I do? Okay.
Yeah. No, the other Dakota.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
So the whole time, here's the deal. Put the phone down, okay? And continually be checking to see if she's there, and then be setting the phone someplace where she can maybe see the couch or something like that, and you're trying to set it so it looks really good.
Yeah.
So set it so we can see what you're doing, and we can watch you set it up.
Like set up the room.
Set up the room, right. And then what's funny is you could be setting it perfect so everything looks great, and then when she comes on, you could just totally do a different angle. It would be funny too, because like it'd be a total waste of time.
Yeah. Okay.
Good, and you're very paranoid if she's there yet. So the whole time you keep checking, and cleaning and checking and cleaning and checking and cleaning. Keep checking, keep checking, keep checking. Start the scene, start the scene, start the scene.
Hey, Sheila.
Hi, Norman.
All right, good, good.
Nice
All right,
move.
so now what happened, Dakota, is you played my last direction, and you didn't go with the vibe of what was happening. So I want you to always just take this note with you. Always be able to improvise. When I give a direction, I'm never telling you the way it is. I'm giving you options. So right now you had all this energy, you had all this momentum going, and then the pause no longer made sense.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Because we know you saw her. We know we know that you know that she's there. So now this big turnaround, pick up the phone, or even before you pick up the phone, it's, hi, Sheila? Like it's Sheila, man. Like Sheila. Of all the, it's like a rock star.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, definitely.
All right, good. Go again.
Okay.
Set up the donuts so we can see the donuts a little bit. Sneak a bite. Check in, check in, check in, check in. Hide the donuts, hide them. Speak.
Hi, Sheila.
Big
Hi,
smile,
Sheila.
big smile, Dakota.
Hi, Sheila. My name is Norman Bolonsky. Welcome to my home. Thank you for answering my call.
Your home is nice, Norman. It looks cozy.
It used to be better when we had those little rugs. Arnold's got them hid.
Arnold. Ugh. He's not there, is he?
Oh boy, that's all we need. Oh boy.
Arnold.
Oh boy. Can I mend your coat?
I don't have one.
Okay, good. After this, oh boy, and before the coat, give a pause, okay?
Okay.
And how do you feel about Arnold, Sheila?
Oh, I do not like Arnold.
How come?
I don't know. Why do I not like Arnold? There's a specific reason why I don't like Arnold. Well, I think Arnold's not very nice to Norman, but Arnold's not nice to anybody. I don't know what the inciting incident was of why she doesn't like Arnold. Oh, Arnold called me fat.
He did?
Yeah. I mean, so did Norman. But Arnold, I believe Arnold was the one that said she's not so skinny either. He brought that idea into Norman's head.
Got it. Yeah.
But I don't think I know. I'm not sure 100% if I know that or not.
Yeah, I don't know either. So I think what Arnold plays is a third wheel.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Even more like not pick up on social cues more than anyone else. Talks too much. So if he were to come into the conversation, he would pick up the phone and be paranoid that the FBI were listening, and he would hang up.
Right. Okay.
So like he ruins every interaction the two of you have.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's Arnold. So when you hear his name, it's like Arnold, and then she again like a physical reaction. Ick.
Got it.
And then now you're worried, paranoid. This is supposed to be you and me, Arnold. I mean Norman.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the two of us. He's not there, is he?
Got it.
You know, like just think about like Jake back in the day, and you're supposed to go on a date, and he brings a friend with him.
Yeah, I'd kill him. Yeah.
You kill him, yeah. So it's like no, we don't need a third wheel right now.
Got it. Okay.
He's not there, is he? And then he says whatever, he says no or something, and you can't get over it. You're like, Arnold, ick. Like you just
Arnold.
still you just like, that's the worst. You feel about Arnold the way I feel about tomatoes.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Okay, sounds good.
And now you could creatively do something too, so that we can see you don't have a coat by that point too. So it might be nice to put the camera down at some point and be walking. And then he says, "Can I manage your coat?" And then for you, Norman, you're gonna want to be. There's a couple lines already that are getting predictable because of your take on his character and his voice. So make sure you're connecting emotionally to what's happening.
What do you mean?
Like, thank you for taking my call. It seems to be coming out the same way.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought, isn't that because it's more or less rehearsed? So wouldn't he say it the same way almost each time? I mean,
well, maybe
obviously,
then in that case, it's got to be still in a way that is. So you were saying, thank you for taking my call, like sort of like quick, and if it's a rehearsed, it's more just it's laid out, and that's why it's got to be.
Oh. Okay.
It's got to be
like,
it's got to be a repeat of the same thing over and over again. That's the idea.
Okay, so I kind of rushed through it that time.
Yes, but it's also coming out. It's coming out the same way rushed. So if I were rehearsed, I would say something like, maybe not even looking at the camera, but thank you for taking my call. You know, like very you do this and then you smile and then. You know, just very specific. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. From the top.
All right.
Be brave, Dakota. Let's find out who this guy really is, okay? Take some chances here. Good, Shay. Let's do something where, okay, I'm going to give you both something physical, okay? Are you doing something with your legs now, Shay?
My feet are just turned inwards a little bit.
Go all the way. Go as far as you can until it's painful.
I'm going to have to, I can do it on my left leg because I can't do it on my right.
Okay, do it on your left.
I can do it on my left, and that'll make me.
Do it on your left, as far as you can. And then one arm, let's say one arm has to stay kind of straight.
Okay.
It's just sort of stuck. And then Dakota, we need to give you one too. So let's give you something where, let's say maybe one of your legs is sort of stiff, and something interesting with your hands.
Okay.
Physical.
Yeah.
So, because I want you to always remember that you can't just go and do things quickly and easily. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Sheila.
Hi,
Hi, Sheila. Hi, Sheila. My name is Norman Volotsky. Welcome to my home. Thank you for answering my call.
Your home is nice, Norman. It looks cozy.
It used to be better when we had those little rugs. Arnold's got them hid.
Arnold!
Good. Get really mad, Shay. Get really mad. Good. Bring the phone really close.
Arnold's not there, is he?
Oh boy, that's all we need. Oh boy.
Good.
Arnold!
Put the phone down, Shay. Or put the camera down and walk away.
Oh boy. Can I manage your coat?
Tell him what's up.
I don't have one.
Oh boy.
He's so cute, Shay.
I got to leave at 9. The bus comes then. It's 7:30 now.
You have a great idea. I've got a great idea.
See this? It's a timer. It times things. Eggs in.
Say your time thing again. Throw that away, Dakota. Throw it off the timer. Toss it.
Oh, okay.
Toss it right now. Let it go.
Yeah.
Is it gone?
Yeah.
Other side of the room? Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So say the thing about the time again, Shay. And when she does, I want you to have a great idea, Dakota. Drop the phone and go get it. And you can make lots of noise, and the whole thing is like, you're gonna go find this egg timer. Like, time? I know all about time. Like, time is something, I'm an expert in time. No problem.
Okay.
Time,
Yeah.
guess what? There's an egg timer, times things. Like, whatever, like eggs and, eggs and things like that. So many, anything you want to time. If it's eggs or other things that go time, this is the right tool for that job.
I gotta get off at 9. The bus comes then. It's 7:30 now.
Have the idea. Great idea. Go put it right up to the camera.
See this thing? It's a timer. It times things. Eggs in, things. I'll just set it and then you won't be late.
It's 7:30 now. I gotta get off at 9.
I'll just set it on the 9. See? Don't worry. This works like a butler or somebody. My name is Norman Volansky.
Hey, you gotta repeat. My name is Norman Volansky. Welcome to my home. Thank you for taking my call. I think that's a repeat line.
We took that out.
So the reason why you can't take it out is, why is it in there in the first place? It's in there because he's repeating. So when does he repeat? He repeats when he gets nervous and he's trying to fill silence. So whatever you change the first line to, now you have to change this line into that line.
Got it.
Okay, so welcome to my home.
Yeah.
I'll just set it on the 10 or the 9. Don't worry. This works like a butler or somebody. My name is Norman Volansky. Welcome to my home. Thank you for answering my call.
Did you get the flowers I picked for you? I dropped them off outside yesterday on my way home from the bus stop.
All right, good. Scene. We'll have to stop there. You found the flowers. Good job. All right, so let's talk about it. How'd you feel? What'd you learn?
We need to go a lot stronger with our choices.
Okay.
And we actually talked about that too. We felt like we were playing it too safe, like with some of it. And we're in the headspace where we don't want to offend anyone by doing this.
Right.
And we are definitely in that headspace, but I think we did that, and having too much of that mindset kind of limited us to what we could do.
Yeah.
So I think
so if
it
you
was
don't,
really good.
if the problem is, yes, you need to be sensitive, but if you don't play the handicap, you're not doing the characters justice either. If you play them too normal, then it's like, okay, I don't quite understand what's happening. So
It's almost worse, I guess.
yeah. So I think if you think about it, I wouldn't want to play somebody who is in a wheelchair and then make it look easy to be in a wheelchair.
Totally.
You know,
totally.
that would be offensive too. So you want to think to yourself, how can I be sensitive and play it very grounded, but give myself all these obstacles that I've got to overcome? And I think you'll be just fine if you don't think of it as anything other than, I'm trying to find the really interesting childhood take on things. and then I give myself mental obstacles and physical obstacles to try to achieve certain things.
Yep.
So there's going to be a time when you're going to try to flirt with him or something, and you're going to be terrible at it. And then you're going to try to be very serious, and maybe you accidentally show him cleavage or something. You know, like it's always like it's going to be an opposite type deal where you're not going to, you don't always know. She doesn't know what she's doing, and he doesn't know essentially what he's doing. All the two of you know is you just like each other.
Yeah.
And you just get this warm feeling when you get to see each other, and you look forward to the dances when you get to be in the same room, and you've begged and pleaded to have this interaction. You know, I don't know if you know much about this community, but we put up this play, so I did a lot of work and study on it, and this is a real thing that comes up, and it's tough. It's not an easy, like, automatic answer. It's very hard to think about it, because the two of you are adults in some ways, and in other ways, 100% you have to be taken care of. So if the two of you get together and you accidentally come together physically, that's going to be an issue. You have a kid. Like, how are the two of you supposed to raise a kid?
Yep.
You know? So it's one of those deals where you're begging and begging and begging to be alone. Like, the two of you, that's part of the play. You want to be alone. You want alone time. And both of your caregivers are a little worried about that. But they let you do it, but they're a little worried because they don't know, and they understand that you both have feelings, and they understand you're both adults.
Yep.
So the subject matter in general is sensitive, but it's such a beautiful play when you watch two human beings go from a first date to marriage all in the same 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And they have all, you realize they have all the feelings, but none of the ways of expressing those feelings, which then becomes, for us, it's like, you think about it, I might not say something that Norman would say, but I might be thinking it as a guy.
Right.
You know, and same thing with Sheila. You might not say something, but you might not physically show how you're feeling, but you might really be feeling it. She just physically shows it.
Yeah.
So you wear your emotions on your sleeve, and that's part of what's endearing for us too as an audience, is we see ourselves in you, just raw. That's right. Part of the fun too.
Yeah, I definitely learned that I need to find her version and tap into her version of true love with him, and find what that is to her, and just love him more. And my biggest why, because I was asked why I wanted to do this scene, and my biggest why now is I want to be as truthful as I can. I don't want to use the word, I want to do it right, but I want to give justice to the playwright, and I want to give justice to these people and these characters, and play them as truthfully as I possibly can as an able-bodied actress.
Yeah, and I just got chills because I was hearing you say this, and I know this is true about you. You need to tell their love story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have a very specific love story, and I have a very specific love story, and this is their very specific love story. It's how it went down.
Right.
You know? Yeah, see, I'm seeing you change there. And when somebody watches the scene, you want to let us watch your love story, and we will laugh with you, we will cry with you, we will be so invested, because it's so clear that love wins, love conquers all.
Mm-hmm. No matter who you are.
No matter who you are. And that's another part of what makes the scene so special.
Yeah.
Is that we literally are laughing and crying simultaneously, and the crying comes from just pure joy and bliss, because you know, you can't not, when you see raw emotions coming out and two people essentially get engaged, and they don't really know what it means, but maybe they know what it means more than we do.
Yeah.
It's like that's the way you think about it, you know?
Yeah. I'm so grateful for this, and I was so excited for today, because I kept telling Dakota, I was like, I just want him to flip this on its head, because I think I was focusing on the wrong things. And you know, I know her backstory, I know where she comes from, but I now know how or can experiment more with her physicalities and her what's going on in her head and how her emotions are, just like you said, her emotions are on her sleeve. There's no subtext.
Yeah.
She's just out there and wants everybody to know. And I think we have a lot of really cool work to do. And that is actually so much harder being on, like right now I'm trying to look at the camera and look at you, being with technology, but it makes it that much more fun and that much more of a challenge to figure out how these characters would deal with that and be in the 80s at the same time.
And so to give yourselves the permission to be disabled too. I want to tell you that right now. Give yourselves permission and understand that you have to justify the fact that if they could, they would not be living in an assisted living, either of them, especially her, but either of them. If they had a choice, they'd be living by themselves and they'd be married and in a house. They don't have that choice. So you have to give them enough obstacles physically and mentally so that we as an audience understand and believe and recognize that you have to be in that home.
Got it.
That you have to have a caregiver that's part-time, full-time, whatever, but that you're not capable of being out on your own. You're either with your parents or in an assisted living facility of some kind. And and then what's also interesting is then it helps us fall in love with the Jack character even more as well.
Right.
Because he's somebody who dedicates his life to caring for people like Norman and Arnold and gives his whole like 5-10 years of his life to just caring for people who have no idea really what the sacrifice is that he's making day in and day out to show up for them.
Sure.
You know, and so you got to give that person justice too, and understand that there are people that really are working and caring for these human beings who are human beings who need to be treated like human beings, and this is the best way to let them be a full adult to the best of that they can while still being safe.
Yep.
You know, so cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, you two, we got some work to do. This was a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you so
Thank
much.
you, man.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Look forward to 2 days from now.
Woo!
All right, at this time, I'm going to bring everybody back into the Zoom link for about 5 minutes. You can congratulate Shay and Dakota on their scene. Then it will be lunchtime. We will resume at 12 o'clock, and the next scene will start at 12:05. It is Corey and Matthew in I Ought to Be in Pictures.
Thank you again. I miss you guys a lot.
Masterclass! Woo!
Ooh, yeah, Masterclass! Woo!
Yeah, give you.
Yes.
Okay. You and Jada are unmuted.
No.
We're waiting because he's gonna bring Corey and Matt Morales, and then he's gonna put us in the breakout room because that's where they are right now. They've been rehearsing.
Yeah, Joey, I think that's what has to happen is they have to come in first.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. And
So
then
they're
you
gonna-
guys go out.
Yeah, you'll hit close all breakout rooms, then you'll just put me and Jada in. But don't close all breakout rooms until Matt's back. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. And then you guys go out.
Rehearsal room. I did that.
the waiting room so I can listen to the live?
What's that, Shay?
Will you put me in the waiting room? Because otherwise I'm going to stay on the live and I'll be listening to the Zoom and the live at the same time.
Yeah. Hold on. I can do that.
There was a good Sweeney Brother moment today during Brian's scene, and Brian was having technical difficulties, and Joey goes, "Brian, just go." I would totally do that to my brother
It
too.
was so
Oh, 100p.
Go.
Brian, I don't know.
I
I'm not
sent-
supposed to join the breakout room.
I
Just
s-
put me in the waiting room.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you said the rehearsal.
Oh, no, sorry. Just stick me in the waiting room so that way I'm not connected to the live as a
Why
co-host.
does
I don't
it
know if
say
that
you're
means you have
still
to unco-host me.
Why does it say you're still in the rehearsal room, though? But you're clearly not.
I said no to my rehearsal room invite.
Well, I can't send you out because it says you're... Okay, now I found you. All right. You're co-host Shay. Got it.
Yes.
All right. See you later, Gator.
Peace.
Yep. 1 sec. I'm just trying to send Shay back to the waiting area. Here, come. Yeah, help me with this. Sorry.
All good.
It's not letting me send her to the waiting area.
That's because she's a co-host.
So I have to unco-host.
Yeah, you might
her?
have to unco-host me.
So I have to withdraw co-host and send her?
Or you just don't. You don't have to. Why are you kicking her to the waiting room?
Why am I?
Because otherwise the Zoom, I can hear the Zoom. I can't mute my Zoom and have the YouTube up at the same time.
Okay, yeah, just take her away from co-host. She hasn't
Okay, cool.
had to do anything this morning.
Is your mic on?
My mic is on, yeah.
Okay, cool.
But I'm muted, it looks like, which is good. So you can send Jada over to the breakout room, right? Joey?
Yeah. I can't. I'm gonna bring the other two in first, though. I have to do that.
Why?
Because otherwise they're gonna join the room with these two.
Oh, you don't have a separate breakout room for
No, we can create one, but we didn't. So, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm going to do that. We're muted though. Gotta love it.
Are you gonna come in, or just make sure?
Good?
Good.
Alright, let's crash.
It's closing their breakout room session, the rehearsal in 30 seconds. It says, and then I should be able to send you guys over. All right. assigning Jada and Joey to the breakout room. Joey and Jada have been assigned to the breakout room. Open all rooms. And we've got them pulled up. Yeah.
Make sure they can hear us and gotta unmute them, I think.
Unmuted. Okay, guys. You guys ready? Hold on, I can't hear you. Oh, let me go again. One more time.
Test.
Hey.
Hello.
There they are.
Matt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Welcome back, everybody.
We should be in speaker view, right? Sorry.
I don't know. I think I've heard gallery view might be easier.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
In between this next scene, Brian, remind me, I'm going to switch out mics. This one's getting fuzzy.
Okay, you got it.
Okay. Okie doke. Welcome back, everybody, to Masterclass. Next up, we have Corey and Matt working through an excerpt from the play I Ought to Be in Pictures.
How come you didn't call me earlier? I've been trying to get a hold of you all night.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took the pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
Sorry, I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
How come? What did something happen between you two?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Did something happen?
Never mind, Steffi. How about explaining to me where you've been till 3 o'clock in the morning?
I was out.
What do you mean out? 3 nights this week. You get in at 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock. I want to know where you've been.
I'm okay. I just got set up in a motel. What are you getting so huffy about?
Huffy? You walk out at 2, you don't call me, you don't tell me where you're going, you don't know anybody in this city, and now you call me at 3 o'clock in the morning from a motel room and don't think I have a right to be huffy?
You want to be huffy, be huffy.
Oh, don't test me. Don't play games with me. If you think I'm going to keep paying through the nose for the 16 years I owe you, you got another guest coming. It's a bad debt. Forget it. You're never going to collect.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back asking for payoffs ever since you contacted me with that orphan Annie look on your face. You owe me and I'm here to collect. That's what you said to me. Am I right, Grandma? Am I making this up? You're my witness.
Boy, oh boy, something happened tonight.
I'm waiting for an answer.
I was out meeting people.
What people?
All right, good. So let's go back here. This is good, you two. I haven't seen you two work before, so I'm getting accustomed to you. Welcome to Masterclass. So tell me, Matt, where do you have him coming from? What do you think his point of view is here?
Oh, he is he's ashamed. He's confused. This is the first time he's been a father in his life, and now he's got to not only step up to the plate from the pressures of himself, but also Steffi, because she's been kind of pushing his buttons. In the previous scene, she's been saying like, well, you know, now it's your chance to be a father for the first time in 16 years. So
yeah,
you're gonna fail me, then you're gonna have to step up and be a father and be the big boy that you think you are now.
Yeah.
And that's just, he can't express his pressure and the pressure he's feeling, but it's the worst thing he's ever gone through in his life.
Sure. Okay.
It's the most challenging thing he's gone through in his life.
Okay. And what about for you, Corey?
I think I'm kind of subconsciously like
liking the fact that he cares, because I've been looking for that for a while.
Yeah.
But I'm trying not to show it, and I put up this kind of barrier to make it seem like I'm like, it's fine. And my personality, like Libby's personality anyways, is kind of like, go with the flow. It's fine. Everything's going to work out. Like, you shouldn't be so like uptight about this. Like, I'm just going to search for a job, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't really fully see his point of view, but I do like that he cares.
And where did Libby, where did she travel from?
From Brooklyn.
So did you need to have a little bit of that accent going?
Okay.
Or a lot of that accent going?
I thought, because there was a part where she kind of imitated the New York accent, so I thought she didn't have one.
She probably goes even deeper with it. Yeah. So she's from there. She grew up there. She's just now coming over to visit him. And I think he's probably got a little bit of something, but he's been in LA for long enough now that you know, he's not, I would say it's maybe not as heavy, but
okay.
But I think you're, you know, Neil Simon wrote the play, so you're an old school New York Jewish guy, you know, who's in
right. The script just spews Brooklyn.
Yeah, who's in the business, you know. I mean, he's in the business. There's a lot of jokes in here that are written about the business, you know. So. Yeah. I think where we're a little off, and you're pretty close here, Corey, on one of the things that you're mentioning, which is that she likes that he cares. If you think about it, she traveled from Brooklyn to LA by herself, right, with a backpack,
mm-hmm.
which means she's a tough New York kid. She's not a prissy, you know, anything. She shows up with a backpack, and she's wearing a pair of pants. He's very specific on what she's wearing. Do you remember what her exact outfit is?
I don't for this particular scene, because I wore this because I know she's coming from the valet job.
Right, but I mean, when she shows up, do you remember what that was like?
It was like, I can't remember exactly, but it was like, wasn't it like layered in like a weird way? I don't know. It was something
it's
weird.
like a big jacket, and I think it was like camouflage or something, like just kind of boyish almost.
Yeah.
And so I don't want you to lose that edge, and I don't want you to lose the toughness.
Okay.
And then I think, Matt, you're playing him too strong, too much of a dad figure, too realistic to a dad, and not enough like a laid-back LA guy trying to be a dad.
Okay.
So if you think about the line when he says, my pills are more worried about you than I am. You know what I mean? Like, I would maybe be a little less obvious how worried you were, because you don't want her to necessarily see that. And then when she's thinking to herself, does he actually care?
Okay.
Like, I haven't had anybody worry about me being out late ever, and it's kind of nice to have somebody checking in and caring. And you're going, I don't really care. I was just curious of where you might have been.
Ah, okay.
You know, that kind of move. And then when she gives you attitude, then you're giving her attitude back, as far as like, well, you know, it's sort of my job-ish of what I think I'm supposed to be doing, but not that I care.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Yeah.
I think that's more of his point of view, so that we get to that point where
there's a build-up.
Yeah, you don't give it away right away.
Sure.
But we can tell underneath how much you care and how much you're bothered by it, but you're not showing it on the surface necessarily. And then she gets to pick up on that a little bit. So you'll get to throw in some more layers that way.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
It's like you've been waiting up all night, and you're super worried, and she comes home, and then she walks in, and you're like pretending like nothing's wrong, because you don't want her to see you sweat.
Okay. So even that first line, I'll have to adapt it a little bit to be a little bit more passive.
Did you write that first line in, or was that already in there?
No, I wrote it in. It was originally, you know, something else. Like, you come in, she physically walks in. So here we have to change it for the technology to be, you know, I've been waiting. I've been trying to get a hold of you all night. Why haven't you returned my phone call? I just say, hey, I've been trying to get a hold of you all night.
Yeah. So what was the original What was the original line?
Let me grab it.
I think it was something about how like why are you tiptoeing?
Yeah, what's the point in tiptoeing? You could hear a car pull up. You could hear the car pull up in Denver.
Yeah, okay. See that, and you could even, I don't know how to pull that off. Like, what if she's sneaking through the room with the video on, and I don't know how to make that make sense necessarily, but, you know, maybe.
Yeah, because we talked about that. I don't want to be a stalker, Dad.
Right. It could almost, and it could have been like maybe she called you or something, and it's dark, and your video's not on yet, and she's sort of like peeking, sneaking around, kind of thing. Because the line, I guess it doesn't matter what you say, but what's underneath it is, I don't care.
Yeah.
He's saying, why are you sneaking around? I heard you like 2 hours ago walking up the stairs with your big clunky shoes.
Yeah.
You know, he's not actually worried, or he is worried, but he's not saying I'm worried. He's finding another way to get around it by saying, why are you sneaking around? You know, that's him acting as if he doesn't care.
Okay, I got you. So yeah, I'll definitely adapt it on this next run.
And do you need to hear the Brooklyn accents today? Because I really don't know how to do one right now.
Yeah, you know, why don't you try something New York in there? But because here's the problem, Corey, is the play requires it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the language, the rhythm, the music of the scene doesn't hit without the accent. So you really need to put that work in, and that's something that probably should have been done from day one. Was really figuring that out and applying that. So so we're at a place where I'd like to hear what you got. It doesn't have to be as specific as Brooklyn necessarily, but can you do any kind of like a New York kind of, you know, put something on there where there's at least, because what I'm saying is she's a tough girl, you know, and if you don't put some kind of, you know, edge to your voice,
I'll try and add
it's
some
hard
edge. I'm not really sure.
Because your voice right now, you sound kind of like a Disney princess, you know.
Yeah.
And I like you to be more like a Disney princess, you know, like the kind that could smack the guys up, you know, like don't get too close, or I'm nice to the little girls, but like, what are you looking at, kind of thing.
Okay, I'll try it.
Because I'm telling you, she's got an edge to her. Mm-hmm. And she shows up to her dad's place and says, "What's up? I'm moving in. I brought my bags. You don't have a choice. Mm-hmm. You know, who are you? You know, I'm the daughter to your wife.
Okay.
Hello, 16 years. Welcome. Where's my room? Mm-hmm. And by the way, your water tastes like crap. You know, that's her attitude, right?
Yeah.
So then he's all of a sudden like tiptoeing around the idea of I care about you, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, you care? Like, since when did you care? I mean, that's a little bit of your attitude, but and that's what I'm saying. In the reverse, he's not going to act tough. He's not going to act like he cares. You're not going to be soft. You're not going to act like you got to put the edge on, because that's where you protect yourself. Mm-hmm. Both of you. He's protecting himself by pretending like I don't care, and you're protecting yourself by being tough and acting like I don't need you. But really, you need him so badly.
Got it. Okay.
All right, cool. Let's go again.
Hey, so Matt, let me ask you a quick question. 2 lines that I'm thinking of. One is passive. One is a little bit more caring. Is, you know, the first one is, I see you decided to come in, you know, or I see you decided to walk in. That, or, oh, glad you made it. I think, oh, glad you made it is kind of like that dad who's kind of like, oh, glad you made it, you know?
What about the something like why call now?
Okay. Sure. That brings the conflict.
But I think, it's conflict, but then I need you to put in some sort of a Neil Simon-ish, like sarcastic joke.
Yep.
So, you know, like, why call now? The shuttle is already taken off. You know, like, you've already missed the boat, kind of thing. So something where, you know, it's similar to the line that he put in there, but the idea being, you know, let's say she's calling to check in, and she's supposed to call to check in when she gets in.
Yeah.
And she's calling now, and you're going, well, it's sort of past the time that it would make sense for you to call, right? Like, I should be sleeping, and you should be not calling at this point. Something, and then you can put in some sort of an analogy there, like he did, to connect that idea. And then, if I were you, I would give yourself some kind of business, some activity. So maybe because you're a writer, right? So maybe you're trying to write something, and she's calling, and you're like, oh, you know, glad you showed up. That's great. Glad you made it home alive. You know, not that I care. And you're back to writing. You know, whatever, pretending like you're more like you care more about what you're doing than her. But the truth is, you've been sitting there trying to write all night, and you can't because you've been just dying. You've been worried about her.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're gonna pretend like you're not worried.
Okay. We're going for it. Good.
Okay, here we go. And Corey, why don't you do something like roll up your sleeves, and let's do something with your hair.
Okay.
Something to tomboy you up a bit.
Okay, I need to get a hair tie really fast.
Yeah, because even though she's doing valet, she's not gonna lose that tomboy edge.
And I can bring this camera closer to me if you want, because like right now I'm over my computer.
Yeah, so I think what I would do is just, it's fine. So I would just say wherever he would have it.
Yeah.
When he's waiting for her to call. So put it this way, maybe what if she called and you have to activate the video, and you know how it takes 5 seconds to buffer or whatever for it to go through?
Yeah.
You probably want to place the phone someplace that makes it look like you don't care.
Okay.
There's a whole thing right now where I'm trying to help people understand. You are your cinematographer.
Yeah.
And the actor simultaneously, which is really cool. It's challenging, but it's really cool as an actor because it opens up a whole new world for you. So with her like walking down the hallway the way you did, that was really great. And you could do things where, like Matt, if you at one point, like imagine you just set the phone down flat on the desk and it's just pointed straight at the ceiling, and you're not even trying, and every now and then you peek your head above it, you know, that's funny. And it's a little bit like, I don't care about you. I'm doing my hair to look good, but I'm also making it try to look like I haven't put any time into it.
Okay. So yeah, I can get more.
The idea is it's sort of like the stage, right? We want to stage it so it looks like it's not staged.
Yeah.
So if the phone's too perfect or it's just in the one spot and you never move it, it won't be accurate. You have to think about what would you do in a real conversation and how would you adjust the phone. And we do this all the time in life. We just don't realize how much we do it. But we'll be talking to someone, we'll set the phone down, we'll be making a cup of coffee, we'll pick the phone back up, we'll look every now and then, we'll put it back down, we're listening, we're doing like all kinds of stuff. So the way you handle the phone and what we see in the background, it tells us a lot about who you are as a character. If you're either good with the phone or not good with the phone, it's interesting to us. You're sideways there, Matt.
My battery just went low.
So. Typical writer.
Yeah, but I'm an engineer, so I'll figure it out. Figure something out. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to deal with that for now.
Okay.
Okay. You ready, Corey?
Yeah.
Oh. Nice of you to drop in. I've been counting airplanes over LAX. 400 of them so far.
Good. Let's do that line again. I like it. Start to deliver it, and then be sarcastic away from her, because the more you look at her, the more it looks as if you care.
Okay. Oh, nice of you to drop in. I've been counting airplanes over LAX. 431 so far.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took the pill. Well, the pill is more concerned about you than I am.
Sorry, I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
Okay, good. So
She's not that-
did we work that up? So you don't want to wake Steffi at his place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're not whispering though.
Yeah, I know. I realized that as I was, yeah.
Okay, let's go back.
Okay. I'm sorry, my accent's just not there. I'm trying to make it like less princessy though.
Yeah, and you know what you're gonna have to do for me, Corey? Go for it.
Okay.
Your biggest lesson in this masterclass might be brave enough to be bad. Because I promise you, you've probably been sheltered, and you've had really good experiences, and you've waited till you were really good to go. And right now, I want you to be willing to fail big, fail hard, fail publicly on live TV, and realize that how much you can grow and how fast by doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you hold back, we can't really snuff out exactly what's wrong. So
Yeah.
just be brave and go for it. And you never know, you might be better than you think.
Okay.
Okay. And Matt, maybe you could, let's give you even more activity. Do you have any snacks around?
Yeah.
Can you
Grab
be in and out of camera? You look at her every now and then, but you're like going back and forth trying to eat snacks and bring them over. So you can be, you're like eating while you're talking, and just sort of like night snacking here.
Yeah, for sure. Give me 2 seconds.
Sure. Actually, hold on, Matt. How far away is it? Snacks, I wonder.
You were gonna have him
yell,
right?
Yeah, it'd be great. So, and this is what I mean. If the class is watching right now, the angle Matt has right now on his life, it's very interesting to me. So, Matt.
Yeah.
Why don't you put the snacks out in the other room, actually?
Okay.
And just put it someplace where you have to go get it one at a time, and so you can shout to her from the other room would be part of what you're doing. And leave the camera right where it is, because I was just telling the class, there's something very interesting about this angle. You just happen to stumble across it. But when you open that door, we could see out a window. It was just enough and just not enough to give us a glimpse into your life. And it made sense to me for this writer who has a window, and it's nice, but it's also, he's a little unkempt, and he's got the snacks in the other room. And so it's like, it was good. It's a good camera angle, and it tells me something about him. So now he knows she's safe. So he can check that box, and then he can go back to being the I don't care dad again, and he can dismiss himself to go eat, because that'll be something that would help him hide the fact that he was so worried about her.
Okay.
Okay. So when you look at her, and then other times just go away completely.
Okay. Nice of you to drop in. I've been counting airplanes over LAX. 432 so far.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took the pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry. I thought I'd be busy doing other things.
All right, go again, Matt. You're anticipating a little bit.
Okay.
So when you're ready to go, start going. And Corey, you forgot to whisper again.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Nice of you to drop in. I've been Nice of you to drop in. I've been counting planes over LAX, 432 so far.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took the pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
Good, go.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Stephanie.
She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well,
okay, Matt, good. So now what you're doing though is you're not using, the reason I had you put the snacks in the other room was to use it.
Okay.
So I want you yelling from the other room. I want you as if you're going to get the snacks.
Yeah.
And the two of you are talking through rooms.
Okay, great.
So you're going like, why are you whispering, by the way? Like, what's your deal? And she's like, I don't want to wake Steffi. And you're like, Steffi ain't here. She hadn't been here for 2 hours. Okay. And then you're in the other room and you're like, what? So where were you? And then you're eating over there and you come back in, you got food and all this stuff. So it should take you a minute. And we're just watching you live in your space and her live in her space. And it's a father-daughter communicating with each other.
Okay. Very good. All right. Nice of you to drop in. Been watching airplanes over LAX. So far, I've counted 432.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Why didn't you take your pill?
I took the pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
Good. So what does that line mean, Matt?
The pill is keeping me up. The pill is actually, and my nerves are keeping me up. And the pill is actually, is rather than it putting me to sleep, it's diverted its attention. I mean, I'm so literal, but it's diverted its attention from trying to put me to sleep. It's actually worried about her too.
Yeah, right, exactly. So the idea is you're taking a sleeping pill. The pill is supposed to put you to sleep, and then you're being sarcastic is all you're being. You're going,
Yeah.
well, apparently the pill cares whether or not you got home safe. I don't, but apparently the pill does. The pill has a personality. He was talking to me, and he was like, I can't put you to sleep till she shows up. You know, he's just being deadpan sarcastic.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
And now I was giving you ideas, and I want to loosen you up too, Matt. So remember, take home this key element right now. You've got to find a way to improvise. So this is like what I'm saying to Corey about being bad. I want you to find a way to just do stuff without thinking about it.
Okay.
So since the snacks were still in the room a second ago, I want you to see them and then just start eating them. And don't worry about leaving the room on that take because they're there. Yeah. And I want you to just relax into this. And the whole point is being, let me just distract myself. Let me just do stuff without thinking about it because I'm trying to get away from the phone because I don't want her to catch me seeing how much I care about her.
Okay. Gotcha. Nice of you to drop in. Been watching planes over LAX all night. 432 so far.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Then you take the pill.
I took the pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
Sorry, I'll be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happen with you two?
All right, good. So Corey, why are you moving right now?
I'm getting ready for bed because I'm like kind of like I just got home and it's really late, so I thought that I was like getting ready while I'm talking to him because he kind of left. So I'm like, okay, well now it doesn't matter if I'm just getting ready for bed.
Got it. Okay, so this is another lesson, and it totally makes sense via video, the same as it does for the stage. When you move, you speak. When he starts moving, he's speaking. So if you start moving, you're actually talking over his lines in silence with your physicality.
Got it.
So rather than that, when you see him move, be curious, because now he's now moving and you're curious as to why is he feeling that way or whatever. And then maybe once you get his attention, then you're going to go, well, now you watch me.
Okay.
Like I'm not going to sit here and watch you longer than that, right? And then now he's being tortured by the same type of idea. But if you could just imagine as an audience, if we're seeing this move over here, and then all of a sudden we see this move too, we're going like, oh, I don't know what to look at, right?
Okay.
So in a movie setting, I might have you move just the way you are right now, and it's interesting to watch me watch you move, but it's not interesting to have me move and you move at the same time. We would never do that in a movie setting.
Got it. Okay. Do you want us to go from the beginning?
Yeah. And Matt, do me a favor. Will you hide the play? Because I just see it.
That's not the play. It's my other orange book. Okay. Well, nice of you to show up. I've been counting airplanes over LAX, and so far I've counted 432.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you.
Take your pill.
I took the pill. The pill is more worried about you than I am.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I want to wake Steffi.
Yeah, good. All right, awesome. See, that was the best yet. So now, Matt, what do you mean by I did other things?
There's nothing more that I can be doing here. I've cleaned the carpet. I mopped the floors. I paced so hard that I ran all the linoleum out of the house because I was worried about you.
Right, but you don't want to admit that. So what you're saying is, I think it's almost like I did other things. Like I wasn't thinking about you. I wasn't thinking about you the whole time. You know.
Okay.
It's kind of like she's going, oh, I'm sorry. Like I didn't mean to keep you up waiting and just thinking about me all night. And you're like, I wasn't thinking about you. I was just curious, like barely a little bit. Or the pill was more than me. But since we're talking about it, where were you? You know.
Yeah. All right. Nice of you to drop in. I've been watching planes over LAX, and so far I've counted 438.
I didn't want to wake you.
You have to fall asleep for someone to wake you. I took the pill. And the pill is more worried about you than I am.
Sorry, I thought you'd be busy doing other things.
I did other things. What are you whispering for?
I don't want to wake Steffi.
She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong?
Go, Matt. Stay over there. Stay out there. Stay out there. Go. It's harder for you to find the snacks. Just listen from over there. And you got it now, Corey. You got to talk to him over there.
All right, that next line is pivotal, so
see
how it feels.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What's wrong? Oh. Anything happen with you two?
Never mind, Corey. Never mind, Steffi. How about explaining to me where you've been till 3 o'clock in the morning?
I was out.
What do you mean, out? 3 nights this week. You get in at 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock? I want to know where you've been.
I'm okay. I got settled in a motel. What are you getting so huffy about?
Huffy? You walk out, you don't tell me where you're going, you don't call. You don't know anybody in this city. And you call me from a hotel room at 3 o'clock in the morning and don't think I have a right to be huffy?
You want to be huffy, be huffy.
Don't test me. Don't play games with me. If you think I'm going to keep paying through the nose for the
Now
16
go, Corey. Now go, because now he's being a dad. And like, no, I ain't going to take that crap.
Should I bring him? And I should bring him with me, right?
I mean, yeah, but don't even give him the time of day to let him look at your face.
Okay, got it.
If you think I'm going to keep paying through the nose for the 16 years I owe you, you got another guest coming. It's a bad debt. Forget it. You're never going to collect.
All I asked you for is one lousy introduction to some of your big shot friends, which
Good.
I never got because
Leave the frame and keep getting ready and just back and forth. Just start doing
which
stuff.
I never got because you don't have.
You've been on my back asking for payoffs ever since you got a hold of me with that orphan Annie look on your face. You owe me, and I'm here to collect. Am I right, Grandma? Am I making this up? You're my witness.
Boy, oh boy, something happened tonight.
I'm waiting for an answer.
I was out meeting people,
What people?
important people in the business.
I see. And what important people in the business did you meet tonight?
Producers, directors, actors.
Really? Anyone I might have heard of?
I don't know if you've heard of them.
Like who?
Like Jack Nicholson.
And go.
Jack Nicholson. Yes, I've heard of him. You met him tonight?
That's right.
I see. Who else did you meet?
Movies or on television?
Either one.
James Caan.
Oh, you met Jimmy? How is he?
He looked terrific to me.
Oh, I'm sure he did. Anyone else I might have heard of?
Let me see. Candice Bergen. Suzanne Plachette. A producer at Columbia Pictures. That director who directed Jaws. A lot of others, I can't remember their names.
Well, you must have been very busy. Did you talk to these people?
Sure, I didn't have major conversation, but I talked to them.
You mean the way you talked to Grandma?
No, Grandma's dead. These people were all dressed up. I know the difference.
I'm just asking. And where did you meet Jack, Jimmy, and Candy?
At a party in Beverly Hills. 11704 Benedict Canyon.
Who invited you?
Gordon Zaharias.
Gordon Zaharias? Who the hell's Gordon Zaharias?
The one who got me the job.
Job? What job?
Parking cars for people at the party in Beverly Hills. I made $32 plus tips, not including meeting Jack Nicholson.
Parking people's cars? That's how you met these people, is parking their cars?
Well, for a while, I was just the relay man. Like, George Segal would come out and say, 78 Blue Mercedes. So I would run like crazy down the hill and yell to this other guy, 78 Blue Mercedes, and he would get to drive it up. But then I gave him $10 plus half my tip so I could get to drive the car up and meet George Segal. He was very nice. He smiled and said thanks, just like in A Touch of Class. I made a lot of great contacts.
George Segal saying thanks is what you consider to be making a good contact?
Well, it doesn't hurt. The important thing was leaving the cards on the windshield.
What cards?
They made us leave these little cards that say, Sunset Valet Parking, no party is too big or too small. Only on the back of each card, I wrote, Libby Tucker, New York trained actress. No part is too big or too small, with my phone number. I must have left 30 of them. Even if only 2 people called, it was worth the money I spent.
Libby, can I ask you a serious personal question? Do you honestly believe that anybody in this business, a director, a producer, a cameraman, anyone is going to call someone for an audition because they left their name on the back of a valet parking ticket?
Not a big chance, but a better chance than if I left nothing at all.
You have no chance. None. There's over 5,000 qualified agents in this town who can't get meetings for their clients with these people, but you think they're going to call you because you left your name on the back of a stub that someone is going to throw out their window the minute they pull out their driveway.
That's a very pessimistic attitude to take.
All right. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that someone does look at the card. He sees Libby Tucker, New York trained actress. No part is too big or too small. All right. So someone looks at the card, and then someone is actually someone is actually wants to hire somebody for a valet service for their son's bar mitzvah. No, how about somebody who meets a girl at the party and wants to get her phone number? How about somebody who has a piece of spare rib stuck in his teeth and is trying to pick it out with the card? Only a small percentage of those people will actually look at the card, but let's say one does. He sees Libby Tucker, New York trained actress. Do you imagine that he's going to slam his foot on the brakes and pull off the side of the road and say to his wife, "That's exactly what I'm looking for, an actress trained in New York who doesn't care if her part is too big or too small. What a break for me, right under my nose, in my very own car. I'll call her first thing in the morning in case somebody else with spare ribs stuck in their teeth doesn't happen to get to her before me."
With an attitude like that, I can see why you don't get too much done.
Forget I mentioned it. I'm sorry I brought it up. I'll be sure to leave you alone in the morning in case you're swamped with phone calls.
If I stayed in Brooklyn, I never would have come out here. If I never came out here, I never would have met Steffi. If I didn't meet Steffi, she never would have told me about the Los Angeles Academy of Dramatic Arts. If I never went over to the Los Angeles Academy of Dramatic Arts, I never would have met Gordon Zaharias of Peoria, Illinois. If I didn't meet Gordon Zaharias, I never would have gotten a job driving George Segal's car. If I didn't drive all those big shots cars, the name and number of Libby Tucker would never be stuck in their windshields. Where's your number stuck? If you don't get up and do something in this world, they bury you in Mount Hebron Cemetery. And on your tombstone, it says born 1906, died 1973. And in between, he didn't do nothing.
Leaving cards and windshields is not how you become an actress.
And going to Hollywood Park Racetrack is not how you get a script written.
Oh, don't you tell me what to do. I haven't asked you for your advice or your help.
And I stopped asking for yours. I'm an independently self-employed woman.
You're a dreamer. That's what you are. You paint Morocco on your ceiling and pretend you're not from Brooklyn. You pretend your father is the king of Hollywood and you're going to march out here and become the princess. Well, life isn't pretending. It's goddamn hard work.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you upset. I thought you'd be pleased with how well things are going for me.
I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe sheer determination is all it takes. Are you going to be parking any more cars this week?
Saturday night in Beverly Hills. There's a big party.
Well, if it's not too much to ask, mention me on one of those cards. I'll see you in the morning.
I was wondering if I could discuss something else with you.
I just took a pill.
It's kind of an emergency. It's something that came up tonight and I'm not sure I know how to handle it.
My eyes are starting to close.
Yeah, okay, never mind. Good night, I'll figure it out.
Would you stop doing that? All right, what is it?
Sex.
Sex?
Don't get nervous. If you get nervous, I'll get nervous.
What do you mean sex?
Sex, things that have to do with things sexual.
Are you in some kind of trouble?
Yeah, I think so.
What kind of trouble are you in?
I don't know how to do anything sexual.
That's the trouble you're in?
Most of the people left the party, and Gordon and I were sitting at the bottom of the hill in Suzanne Plachette's car, and he wanted to fool around. He's not gorgeous, but he's kind of cute. And I felt very grateful to him, and I didn't want to hurt his feelings. And I wanted to fool around too. And only I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to be one of those girls that they call easy, but I didn't want to be impossible either, so I just kissed him and got out of the car and decided not to deal with it. But this Saturday night, I think I'm going to have to deal with it.
And you want to discuss this with me?
It doesn't have to be this minute, but Sunday morning will be too late.
You never talk to your mother about these things?
She didn't trust men too much. You can guess why.
What about your grandmother?
Well, sex isn't her best subject. I brought it up a couple times, but she pretended she was dead.
Are you telling me you don't know the first thing about sex?
No, I know how it works. I don't have any mechanical problems. I've seen 5 X-rated movies. I could pass a test on it. I just don't know what
All right,
to-
good. Let's go back and we're gonna talk about this real quick, and then hopefully do a quick exercise that would benefit you and the class as well. So good work, you two. It's good to have you in class and to see you working as professionals here. So. What do you suppose is going on in the little dispute you have where you go, you start questioning all the people that she's met that night, and it boils over into her being a dreamer, and then the counterpunch of her talking about him as a writer. Like what's deep there?
For me, my feeling is commitment to anything is questioned, and my ability to follow through, obviously. But more than anything, it's the dedication toward anything is where she's now pushing my buttons, and she's challenged me to the point where she now knows me too, even in the short term. She's basically she's got my number.
She nails it,
and
right? I mean,
yeah,
just right on the head, and it couldn't be more hurtful. Because
I'm meeting
so
my wife
true.
again.
Yeah. So I want to see him go all the way to that pain, so it justifies the sorry. You know, let him boil all the way over, and then Libby will have to push him there. Now, for her to get there, though, what's happening to her when he's talking about all the people?
I think I'm trying to prove myself to him in a way, and because he's not like receiving it in any way, like in the way that I want, it's making me upset because like I've come all the way out here really for a relationship like with him, and I want to know who he is, and the fact that like he was like he didn't really support everything that I was doing was kind of, it felt really personal, and so I wanted him to root for me because I haven't had that before, and so when he got mad,
and she may be doing it wrong, but she's doing. Right? And she's looking for validation from somebody. She's never had a father figure, so she's here looking to have dad say, I'm proud of you. And at first, you're supposed to really not believe her, like she's making it up.
Yeah.
So your responses to the, oh, you met Steven Seagal, or whoever it is, like, oh, you met George Seagal, that's great, yeah. Who else was there? Marilyn Monroe? James Dean? And she's like, I met this person. And you're like, oh, wow, that's great. You've been here 3 days and you already met all these famous people. Wow, you must be really somebody. And then when it finally gets revealed it's the cars, then it makes sense to you. But until then, you actually literally don't believe her. You think she's making it up like the grandma.
Yeah.
Because she says she talks to her dead grandma. So you think that she's literally just making it up in her dreams that this is happening. So that's that beat. And then for Libby, he's really mean, if you think about it. He crushes your dreams, and he's talking about them like they're not valid. So, I mean, the things that he says, like you really think that this is going to work out for you? Like this is probably the dumbest thing anybody's ever heard ever. And you have to let her get crushed all the way to tears so that she can transmute those tears into anger and then go after him and go after his throat, because she's tough. So she won't go down without swinging. So she gets hit in the stomach, and then she's going to stand up and go, well, you're a loser, and you're going to die, and it's going to say on your gravestone, loser who never did anything, which is his greatest fear. He's a writer. He wants to write something. He wants to be remembered. He wants to leave a legacy of some kind. And what's interesting, and I think what the play is about, is you are his legacy. It's right in front of him, but he's trying to create it over here, and he needs to turn around and deal with the legacy that's trying to talk to him. And it's powerful. It's a powerful piece. But you nail him in the thing that he's the most afraid of, is dying and having his gravestone say he tried to write, and there was nothing good or memorable ever came out of this guy ever. And you kind of nail him with that, and that's what just gets him all the way to the core, and you know it, and you hit him right where it hurts, and you watch him hurt, and that's why you say sorry. And then he kind of takes a breath and gets his, gets back on his feet and realize, hey, this has been back and forth. We don't, you don't get super mad after that, but it's one of those moments where you both push each other to the edge. Mm-hmm. So I think that moment was missed a little bit as far as the music between the two of you. And the understanding of exactly what was going on there. And okay, so that's that moment. And then I wanted to play one quick exercise with you guys before I wrap it. So remember in the beginning when you left for the snacks and you said this was a really pivotal line, Matt?
Yeah.
Let's do that really quick again. And I want to show you, and this doesn't mean you need to do this, but I wanted to open up your mind and realize that we are playing a comedy, so we have to find the notes, we have to find the rhythm. You have to figure this out via this new format, and it's still required to be funny. So you have to know where the joke lines are, and we have to hit them, and we have to hit them in a way that's believable and grounded.
Okay.
Okay? So if we go back to that moment and you're leaving the room again, what I want you to do is be over there and be trying to find something that you can't find, whatever it is. And if you need to pop your head back in, pop your head around the door, say a line, and then leave again and try to find what you're finding. And then she'll aggravate you enough that you have to pop your head back. And there'll be this comedy of the back and forth thing happening, and let's see what that looks like.
Okay. So.
Beginning.
Say again, Corey.
You want us to go from the beginning?
No, just from right where he leaves. I just want to do this just a quick moment.
She's not. So how about I'll go from. She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah. And then on that line, just go. So just be saying it as you leave. Don't even look back.
Yeah. She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happen with you two?
Never mind, Steffi. How about explaining to me where you've been till 3 o'clock in the morning?
All right, good. So now, Matt, say all the lines from back there. The first time you're going to look back, the first time you're going to look around is going to be, how about you explain?
Okay.
Everything else is off camera.
Yep.
Okay. She's not that light of a sleeper. Just pick it up from there, out of the room.
Okay. She's not that light of a sleeper. She went home 2 hours ago.
How come? Doesn't she usually stay over?
Well, she's not usually staying over tonight.
What's wrong? Anything happen with you two?
Never mind, Steffi. How about explaining to me where you've been for 3 hours until 3 o'clock in the morning?
Good. Now go.
I was out.
What do you mean out?
Now go back. Yeah. So Matt, you'd have to say the line with your head in and remove yourself immediately.
Okay.
So
even on this one.
So it's wait. Why don't you explain where you've been since 3 in the morning? Out.
Okay.
What do you mean? Blah 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 blah. Out.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you mean out? What do you mean out? 3 nights this week. You get in at 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock. I want to know where you've been.
Out, and then you put your head back out.
I'm okay. I settled in a hotel. What are you getting so huffy about?
Huffy?
Yeah, good. And then that maybe probably on that line you storm back in. Huffy, I'm not huffy, and you grab your cereal box or whatever you're eating, and you're pretending not to be huffy. So that's like the comedy of that moment. If you can find that, and it's throughout. And I saw the same thing for you, Corey, when you were in the bathroom, and you were off camera, and there were moments where you could have popped your head in to deliver a piece of information and popped your head back out, which gives him, there are times when you want us as an audience to be able to see the other person without seeing you.
Yeah. That's classic Neil Simon too.
Exactly. It's classic. My back's got to be turned to see your reaction. So for instance, if you said, remind me of one of the famous people you met tonight.
Jack Nicholson.
Yeah. So you're off camera. Is it this one right here? Yeah. So you're off camera, and the response is like, oh, who'd you meet tonight? Jack Nicholson? Ring a bell? And then off. And because you're gone, we get to see his reaction, and he's going, Jack Nicholson? Who else you meet? Blah, blah, blah. And you're like, I don't know. I'm trying to remember their names. George Segal, I guess, is one of them. And then you're off again, right? So there's something interesting about that. But you have to understand, when do I want them to see me? And when do I not want them to see me? When do I want them to see my scene partner's response? And that's very important too. We discussed this in an earlier scene, this idea of there are times when I want you to watch me. So because I want you to see me, I'm going to turn my back to you. Mm-hmm. There are times that I want to act as if I haven't seen you. So therefore I might leave the room, or I might, I don't want you to see my feelings. So maybe I kind of hide away from that moment, but we'll hear it and we'll feel it.
Okay, yeah.
So work that and add that in as the comedic element, because the thing is, this gets very dramatic when the two of you go after each other, and actually when you fight, that moment's kind of funny too, just because of how funny Neil Simon is. But if you don't have the comedy, if you lose the laugh moments, then this just becomes sort of like a flat scene. So it's got to be really poppy and funny, and then also really poignant, because there's a lot to this idea of, that I ought to be in pictures. The thing you wanted was right in front of you the whole time. Mm-hmm. I relate to her, by the way, very much. Did you read the book I wrote, Corey?
No.
So there's a story in there I wrote about. When I first started acting, I went around to all the community colleges, and I put up flyers that said, actor with my headshot will work for free, and little pull tags with my phone number on it. And I left it at every community college and college in town. Never got one phone call, of course. My headshot was terrible, by the way. I had like a beer bottle in the background, just like, I had no idea. And then I went to a casting director workshop, and the lady brought me up in front of the class to explain to everybody why my headshot was the worst headshot she had seen in her 30-year career casting. And I tell the story because it was embarrassing, yes. I never got one phone call. It was probably one of the stupidest ideas I'd ever come up with, and I don't recommend doing it. But it also showed my desperation. It showed my willingness to get up, to move forward, and to be willing, like I said to you earlier, to fail. Be willing to put myself out there in order to get the lesson. Now the key is, do I take the lesson and grow from it? So yes, I do, and I didn't put my picture back up again, and I got a new headshot, and I moved forward. So some people are going to take the critique and they're going to fall, and other people are going to go, oh, thank you for the critique. I want more. I want to be refined more. Please, please, give me more. I want to grow. And that's where I want to put you in a place where you're going to go, I got to be training. I got to be working on things that are going to challenge me, that are going to be hard, and I want to be in a play that I'm uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. Because I think you've shined quite a bit, probably. That's my guess. You've been in a lot of things, you've done a lot of good stuff, you've gotten a lot of compliments, and now you want to get in the frame of mind where you say, I need somebody to be telling me hardcore truths and to be finding weaknesses if I want to go next level for real. Mm-hmm. And I think you can. But I always say, I can never trust a compliment. Because think about it. How many times have you ever been to a play where you were the star of the play, and afterwards someone was like, well, you could have done better at this. Like, they don't say that. They say, you were so good, oh my gosh, you were great, blah, blah, blah. And it's nice, and they should do that, but you also, can you really trust it? Because they're going to say that anyway, right? So it's okay to take that, but you're going to want to take that with a grain of salt, and you're going to want to think to yourself, I got to be surrounding myself with people and with work that is going to challenge me to the next level every day. If I work on this kind of work every day, I can take the chops I've already earned and I can go next level with this thing. And you're young, so you have a lot of opportunity in front of you, but you cannot take this lightly. You want to be working on difficult things that you feel very uncomfortable doing. And by doing that, you'll go next level, I promise.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You got questions for me, either of you?
No, I see what you're saying about hitting those comedic tones and notes and beats, because they're and I know what you're saying too about being somewhat flat.
Yeah, I think you can play his character up a little more too. You know, I like that you're in the robe, but I mean, even more, he's very LA. You know, he's been there a long time now. I think it's like 20 years. So I don't know. Have you ever had somebody go to LA and come back? Like they're just always, they're very LA. I don't know how else to describe it. So he's very that way now. You know, maybe he's got a couple streaks of blonde hair that you just kind of paint in there. Just something where, you know, he's in his robe and he hasn't showered in a week, and he's the artist with the tree in the backyard, and he's proud of this thing, and yet on the inside he's just completely empty. And that's another whole representation of LA in and of itself. You know, it looks and sounds and feels so great and pretty on the outside, but when you get on the inside, a lot of the people that are there, they're unhappy and they're lost and stranded and whatnot. So it's that empty shell thing that Neil Simon is really talking about too, is like finding the true meaning in life, the true meaning of the art, and not going after the business. You know, and I think that line, even when he says the business,
show business,
show business, you're pointing. Neil Simon is pointing that out.
Yeah.
So she says, I met a lot of people in the business, and you're going, really? Who are all the people you met in the business? You know, like, what is the business? You don't know the business. You just got here, you know?
Yeah, right. Okay. All right.
Very good,
Sounds
YouTube.
good.
Thank you. We'll see you in a couple days. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to bring everybody in here to talk and congratulate you guys. And then we will be bringing up our next scene, Jada and Joey. We will be bringing up our next scene, Jada and Joey.
Yo, guys, that was so awesome.
Yeah, that was really good.
Thanks, you guys.
What'd you think, Matt?
Yeah, it was definitely a good wake-up call for sure.
Welcome to Masterclass, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. And those high notes, you know, subconsciously or in the back, I know they're there. I think I need to hit them. And then when you get that confirmation from somebody that says you need to hit them, and it's like, okay, go for it.
Yeah, you just get that. Huh, okay, I was right. Cool.
Yeah, you were a little kid on a diving board one day when your dad just pushed you over the edge, right?
Yes. And sometimes you just need it to come from someone else, you know? I mean, even especially like with Brian and I being in class, like we're both coaches, but we don't have, first of all, we don't have the experience and the skill level that Matt does, but we've trained and we've been coached, and but when he says it, there's something that you're like, oh, I missed that. And I think it's easier for somebody to kind of push you.
a youngin' when I saw it. I think I'm.
Okay, everybody, I'm going to send you guys over to the live. Head on over there. Looking forward to this next scene. Hope they can't hear me. Okay, everybody, I'm going to send you guys back over to the live. Here we go. Next up is going to be Joey and Jada. We'll see you guys at the end of class. We'll be bringing everybody back here for a final just goodbye of the day. Ready to bring in Joey and Jada?
Yeah, ready.
Okay, here we go. Seconds it says.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We've got one more scene for the day. Thank you all for being here and tuning in. Hopefully you've learned quite a bit. This last scene here is going to be Joey and Jada, who will be working on an excerpt from the play All in the Timing. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We've got one more scene for the day. Thank you all for being here and tuning in. Hopefully you've learned quite a bit. This last scene here is going to...
That was mine. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You need to unmute me, too, so I can come in. Oh, maybe, never mind. I guess they can hear me. Cool.
Excuse me, are you Betty?
Are we starting?
We sure are.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm sorry. I got.
That's okay. Get back in it, connect.
Jada, I announced the scene already, so in order to start, well, it's all in the timing. Let's just put it that way.
You better hit the button, Brian.
All right, here we go.
Excuse me? Are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Are you Betty?
No, I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, good. Close, Joey. Close. I think you were actually closer the first time, and then we had a little malfunction there. So let's go again. You got a little awkward, and you were, working on your button and everything.
Yeah.
So you just need to realize that you're in her living room and she doesn't know it, and it feels weird. So you're trying to say excuse me to get her attention.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise you're a stalker.
Okay, cool. Cool. I can do that. Excuse me? Are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Are you Betty?
No, I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, good. And Joey, who's Betty?
That's her.
No, I know, but who is Betty? Who is Betty to you? Like, who are you expecting?
Betty.
But who is that? Like, that's how I'm asking you.
Oh, I got you. I mean, I was picturing just like the name of the profile. So I pulled up her profile basically.
Right. So who is she? Like, who's the one you're expecting?
Like, I mean, I guess I didn't think of that. I mean, Jada, obviously, or like.
So here's what I'm getting at. I think you're probably, so at first, okay, so you're not wanting to be weird. So you're like looking and, excuse me, right? There's something like that. But then I think on the other end of this, she's somebody who fits your profile perfect.
Okay.
This thing's been set up like, what's your guy's name?
My name? Bill.
Bill. So are you Betty? Cause I'm Bill, like the guy.
Oh, okay.
You know,
it's
so
like a meet you or like.
Are you think it's gonna be great? Like, are you Betty? You know, like are you Betty? And you're expecting her to go, yeah. Are you Bill? And then she doesn't, and you're like, oh, weird. You know what I mean? Like you're expecting there to be a response, so that's what will create the energy there.
Okay, cool. That makes sense.
Cool.
Love it. Excuse me, are you Betty?
All right, good. And go again. So when you say excuse me, you got to get her attention.
Okay.
So she'll have to look at you and connect. So there's the excuse me.
All right, second line.
Yeah, excuse me. She looks up, and then so you're expecting her to be like, "Hey, you must be Bill," and she does,
Yeah.
and she doesn't. And then you're like, and then you're going, "Oh, okay. Well, are you Betty?" And she, like, "'Cause I'm Bill," and she's like, "No, I'm not." And you're like, "Oh, wrong chat room. Like, what did I do wrong here?"
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Excuse me.
Well, that was
Are you
that was
Betty?
like that was a total jerk one though.
Okay. Excuse me? Are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Are you Betty?
No, I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
Sure thing.
Excuse me. Are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Okay, good. Nice. Okay, now let's go again, Joey. So whatever, you're allowed to improvise the timing a little bit here. It's all in the timing. You're allowed to improvise that a bit. But whatever you fall into, we got to repeat the pattern now. So normally you would not repeat a pattern in your acting. Here, you have to repeat it for the joke to hit.
So is it sort of like what you told Shane Dakota where I'll say it the same way as if it was rehearsed?
Sort of. You're going to say it the exact same way because you just said it that way for the audience's sake.
Okay.
This scene is one long game of new choice.
Okay.
So ideally you say, however you say excuse me the first time, you say it exactly the same. Same pause, same are you Betty, same pause, same excuse me, same pause, and then there's the new answer. And then when we get dinged, we as an audience figure out, oh, this is the game that we're playing right now. Because no one knows but me, except for I just explained it, but for the most part, the audience, they don't get it yet.
Yeah.
So you have to spoon feed them a little bit to understand that, oh, we're rewinding. Like I would even maybe do something physical. Even both of you could find something physical to do where, let's say Jada, you pick up, so you're writing and you pick up your pen and you touch your face or something, like whatever, and then you could repeat up until there's the change.
And then every time there's a new repeat moment, you would do the same thing.
Yes, correct. But then it's like once you've made the change and you pass the round, then it's new until you get stuck on something that doesn't work anymore. Then you repeat until it works, and then you get to move forward.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we didn't know if we should be changing it every time for a new.
I believe it's going to be more interesting for you to be You come in until you find the right answer, the right like Mad Lib that fits. And then once it fits and we go, yep, I'll take that one. Like you're almost expecting a ding. You don't get a ding to go backwards, and you get to take a breath and keep going forward until you screw up again. And then you've got to go back and repeat until you find the way through. It's like Groundhog Day, same type of deal. Have you seen Groundhog Day, you guys?
I think so.
Oh my goodness gracious.
That's something we are gonna have to fix that.
All right, it's a great movie. Bill Murray, you need to see Groundhog Day. But the point is, Groundhog Day, he wakes up and it's the same day over and over again. The exact same day. He keeps waking up and it's the same day, and he's stuck on this day. So
the cartoon?
No, it's not a cartoon. It's a
oh
movie.
My gosh.
But what happens in the movie, okay, is it takes him weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks until he finally decides to start bettering himself during this one day. So over time, eventually he learns to play the piano, he learns new languages, he learns all these things, and he starts maximizing this day to its absolute fullest. He becomes an ice sculptor, and like, I mean, this is like amazing.
Do you remember?
Yeah,
Like
he remembers the things that he had done, but he has to keep repeating the same day, like almost till he gets it right. So by the very end, he ends up with the girl, he ends up saving somebody's life, he ends up like giving away money. Like he becomes the hero of the town, and when you start the movie, he's just a depressed guy. And the idea being, if you repeat the same thing over and over again, but you find a new way to go about it, you know, eventually you'd get it right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the idea. If we don't see the monotony of this, we will miss the comedy.
Okay. Cool.
And the improv is going to come from as you do something new. If you do something new physically, or you start a little bit different, Joey, you'll have to hear what you did and repeat what you did. And so I think you should make it new and different, both of you, every time it starts. But then once it's different, then every time it's got to be the same until you get to change again.
Yeah, I'm worried because I have my self view hidden, so I have no clue what I'm doing right now, or even like what I look like.
Well, A, don't do that. I mean, why don't you just see yourself? It's fine. But B, also think like you do know what you're doing. Like you can hear it. There's a rhythm. You know how long the pause was. You'll remember if you touched the statue or rubbed your lip or whatever you're gonna do. So you do something. So maybe you're, you know, hey, excuse me. So now I remember I did, excuse me. You know, I try to repeat the best I can. Now if Matt makes me go again, I'm not gonna do that same thing again. I will do something else. So I might go, excuse me, and then if I get dinged, then I come back and I excuse me again. Now I'm doing the same thing, but every time you start the scene over, I want new choices from both of you. Okay, so that it's new for you, but then the new thing you come up with will be repeated. That's confusing, but do you get that?
Yes. No, that totally makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Because like if you make that goes back to like physicalization. If you make a strong enough choice, you're going to remember what you did.
Totally. Totally.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so do me a favor, Joey. Sort of like pretend to push the phone or like touch the top of it or something, and that it's going to act like you're calling her. Okay, that's going to be your opening beat. Okay, and we're going to repeat that. Here we go. There she is.
Excuse me? Are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Are you Betty?
No, I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
And touch the phone again. Ding.
She has to say sure thing.
Oh, sorry.
Sure thing.
Okay, good. Now go again.
Excuse me, are you Betty?
No, so the timing's not the same.
Okay. So the move was the same, but I went faster, right?
That's right. So now you have to do the same thing, the exact same timing, where you're going to come in and go here, and so we now recognize it. We as an audience have to see the repeat.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So I'll give you another one, okay? So now this time, turn your chair in toward the desk. More. There you go. Okay, good. So now this time the scene's going to start right there. Then you're going to lean in, touch the phone, and start the scene. When you get dinged, you have to go back to there, go back to the starting slow and deciding to call the girl the second time. And try your best to repeat the same thing you did. Okay, here we go.
Excuse me? Are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Are you Betty?
No, I'm not.
Oh. Sorry.
Sure thing.
Excuse me? Are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Are you Betty?
Yes, but I don't have time to talk right now.
Oh. Thanks anyway.
Sure thing.
Excuse me? Are you Betty?
Yes, but I have class in a few minutes.
Would you like to talk until class starts?
It is pretty early.
You never know what you might be turning down.
Sorry. Nice try, though.
Sure thing.
All right, good. Yeah, so you get the idea? Oh,
Are you
did
Betty?
mute me? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
We did not. We can now. if
Okay.
we said
I think we were muted for a second. Okay, so now you get the rhythm, right? That's the idea. Okay, so now, Jada, tell me about your character.
She is very closed off to the world. She's very sad. Her brother passed away, and now she just doesn't have friends or anything. She just kind of stays in her room and is just very lonely. But she got this app because she does feel lonely and knows that she feels lonely, and she likes the control of being able to exit off at any time that she wants to.
Okay.
So she kind of isn't
So why'd you make that choice? What in the script made you feel like that was her?
I have changed my character 1,000,001 times, but I just felt like him playing this high energy person, and I was kind of the more sensible, like, no, people don't do that. Why are you doing that type of character? So it kind of came from that, just how I was saying the lines in the beginning.
Okay. So I'm not sure that it's working because you just seem kind of cold and mean.
Mm-hmm.
And low energy, really.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if you can fit this into your backstory. So it's fine that she has this tragic backstory, like that's cool, but at the same time she's got to be a little bit of the dream girl too.
Okay.
So when he sees her. I'm getting repeat there on somebody. I'm not sure what that is. When he sees her, he's really into her, and we should be as an audience going like, "Oh, she's a catch."
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how, but I get what you're saying.
So when you say, I mean, you're the type of girl that a guy would come up and use a cheesy line on.
But I won't have it, right? She's still like that, where she's like, no, I don't like.
Yeah, right.
A guy that does that.
Yeah, so I mean, you can be smart, you can be nerdy and whatever, but in the movie, you're the girl that is obviously just wearing glasses and has her hair up, and by the end, she's gonna take the glasses off and be super glamorous and you know, one of those movies. Like that's clearly her. So you got to be a catch.
Okay.
So I want on your end to be, so it's almost interesting where he's like, are you Betty? And you're looking at him and you see him and you're like, no, not, you might be Betty, and you see him and you're like, no, I must be wrong number.
Okay.
Been there.
You've been there. There's this thing that happens when in the clubs, and I haven't experienced this in a very long time because I'm a married man. But you go to a club and it's the most awkward thing in the world to try to meet a girl at a club, because you just have to try to go dance with her. And so what do? You walk up to like a group of girls and you're trying to like dance with the one you want to dance with maybe, or meet. And a lot of times it goes like this, where you dance and the girl would turn around and see you and she'd be like, and just dance away. Or they turn around and dance with you. Like, it's the weirdest thing. But that's kind of what's happening. So he tunes in and he's like, you Betty? And she's like, excuse me. And then Joey, I think you get even closer, like, it's me. Like, are you Betty? And she's like, no, I'm not. You know, oh, okay. You know, are you Betty? And then she looks at you and she's like, yeah. And then she looks closer, but I'm busy. Like, I'm relacing my shoelaces right now. Oh, bummer. You know, so you keep progressing forward till finally, like, oh, you see this guy and like, oh, I am into him. And then cheesy line, sorry, not gonna work. And so your energy, Jada, when you bring your energy up, it's gonna increase the speed of the scene too. Because it does need to be quicker than it is. I just wanted to get the first lesson across, which was the timing needed to be right.
Mm. It's all in the timing.
This scene is all in the timing, yeah.
So, really quick, I was in a panic moment when you stopped the scene, because it goes from, and so I was gonna ask you, it goes from "Excuse me, are you Betty?" to the next line I was about to say was "Are you Betty?" So it like takes out the "excuse me." So I wasn't sure, like,
is that the way it's written?
Yeah.
Oh, then do it the way it's written.
Gotcha. But I was just gonna ask you if I would go back and repeat the move still, because this was for like "excuse me."
No, so you go back to where you were for "Are you Betty?"
Okay.
And
cool.
that should be memorable.
Yeah.
And actually, Jada, I think this is interesting too. I think you should be the one dinging in the beginning here.
Okay.
Because he's the one that has to reset.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd be like, sure thing, ding, and then he'd go, and as soon as he hears the ding, he goes back to where he was very quickly. So he doesn't have to say his thing, and then he has to reset after he hits the buzzer.
Mm.
Okay. I can do that.
All right, here we go.
Cool.
Be quicker, Joey. So less thought. So he just wants to meet the girl, right? So just give me something physical that I can remember and then get right in the scene.
Cool. Excuse me, are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Are you Betty?
No, I'm not.
Oh. Sorry.
Sure thing.
Excuse me, are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Are you Betty?
Yes, but I don't have time to talk right now.
All right, so we're off on our lines. Let's go back. Take a breath, both of you. Jada, bring the camera closer to you. Yeah, even more. Just get it right up in your grill. There we go. And because here's what I want to have happen, Jada. I want you to see him. So he's like, "Are you Betty?" And I want you to look at him and then go, "No." Like I want to see you make the choice of, I don't want to talk to not anybody. I don't want to talk to you specifically.
Okay.
Okay. And Joey, you picked up the pace. That's great. Still have to wait for her responses.
Okay.
So the whole scene's gonna go faster, but you still have to connect.
Okay. Excuse me, are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Are you Betty?
No, I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
Sure thing.
Okay, let's try it again. So I gotta find this. Okay, it's off by like a couple seconds, but I feel like if we fight for this first moment, it'll translate for the whole scene. Okay, so, and interestingly, we just spoke about comedic timing in the scene before, because it's Neil Simon, it's very fast, and we have to hit the moments. So there's got to be this moment where, Jada, when you check in, you have to stay there, and we got to get through the moment, because it's got to be that we move forward, and then it gets rewound, and we start over, and we move forward, and it gets rewound, and we start over.
Okay.
So he says, "Are you Betty?" And you got to come into it. Excuse me, are you Betty? No, I'm not. Oh, whatever. And then you go, sure thing, like right into the camera, come right at him, sure thing. And then he's like, eh. And then from here you would go, ding, and then you're back to what you were doing then. So we can see a forward movement and then a rewind, and a forward movement and a rewind.
Okay.
So I shouldn't move at all until the bell rings. Then I quickly go back.
That's right. And then you reset, and then you're back to the next thing.
Awesome.
Okay, here we go. And do something new, Joey. You don't have to touch the phone every time, you know, like surprise yourself. You just have to repeat whatever you decide to do.
Okay.
Okay, go.
Excuse me, are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Coming closer,
Are you
Jada.
Betty?
No, I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
Sure thing.
Excuse me, are you Betty?
Excuse me?
Are you Betty?
Yes, but I don't have time to talk right now.
Oh, thanks anyway.
Sure thing.
Excuse me, are you Betty?
Yes, but I have class in a few minutes.
Would you like to talk until class starts?
It does seem to be pretty early.
Okay, good. So Jada, let's make this a turn here. So are you Betty? Yes. Oh man, he's handsome. And then, but this bummer is like, oh, I have class in a few minutes. So we need to see the turn.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? You're going to end up together. So there's
aren't I kind of rejecting him this time too by saying I have class?
No, I don't think so. I think because then he says, you want to talk until then, and you're like, yeah, I'm into that. And then he lays out the dumb line, and then you're like, oh, nope, I didn't know you were a moron. So
Okay.
so this time you don't snuff him out for his looks, you snuff him out for the dumb thing that he says.
Okay.
So you're going like I don't know, what would be the thought process there? You know, okay, I'm familiar with the app. You seem like a nice enough guy. Like I would like to talk to you, but I've got, you know, unfortunately, I shouldn't have even had this app on. You know, I got class in a couple minutes. And then he's like, well, we could just talk till then. And you're like, okay. And then lame line, you're like, nah, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. And then we move, and then we progress from there. All right, here we go. Let's pick it up. Let's pick it up from that line. So I let you guys keep going forward.
Oh, okay. Cool.
But I have a few minutes. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And Jada, keep coming into the camera like you are. It's much more interesting.
Okay.
Would you like to talk until class starts?
Before then.
Which?
The
the
beginning of that line. What the one that sets that up?
Me, are you Betty? You say it again.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, are you Betty?
Do it again, Joey. She when you say excuse me, she's got to look.
Okay. Excuse me, are you Betty?
Yes.
He's cute. He's cute. Look at him. He's cute. You got to look at him and say yes, and like you're cute. You have to say it with your eyes.
Yes. but I have class in a few minutes.
Would you like to talk until class starts?
Look at him, look at him, look at him, look at him. He's cute.
It does seem to be pretty early.
You never know what you might be turning down.
Sorry. Nice to know.
Sure thing.
Oh, sorry.
Are you Betty?
Yes, I am.
Do you have time to talk?
Not with you.
Oh. Are you Betty?
Yes, I am.
Do you have time to talk?
Yes, I do.
Great. No one else will give me the time of day.
Oh,
You seem nice.
thanks.
What are you playing?
I don't play games.
Me either. No one else will give me the time of day.
Oh,
What are you doing?
I'm reading the headline.
What's it about?
Corona.
Oh, that's my favorite kind of beer. What's it about?
Corona.
Oh, the virus.
Have you read about it?
Not actually. I've heard about it though. It's supposed to be terrible.
It is terrible.
I hear it's terrible. What's it about?
Corona.
Oh, the virus.
Have you read about it?
I don't like the news.
Have you read about it?
Well, yes, it's the reason that my college shut down.
What college?
SCC. Go Artichokes.
What college?
ASU, but I just go there to party.
What college?
Harvard.
Have you read the studies on Corona?
I spent a whole day reading them once.
I've just started.
Once I heard that China was in quarantine, I knew we were in trouble. Coronavirus, aka COVID-19, is the most devastating pandemic of our generation. First, they shut down the NBA, then our schools. Now entire states are shutting down. It's crazy. What do you think?
I think we're overreacting.
What's it about?
Corona.
Oh, the virus.
Have you read the studies on it?
Of course.
They're crazy.
I spent a whole day reading them once.
Once I heard China went into quarantine, I knew we were in trouble.
It's the most devastating pandemic of our generation.
First, they shut down the NBA.
Then they shut down our schools.
Now states are shutting down. I can't believe I'm just now reading about this.
You never know. You might not have believed it before.
That's true.
Sometimes the news will scare viewers, even though no proper studies have been conducted on the subject yet.
That's happened to me.
It's all in the timing. My name's Bill, by the way.
I'm Betty.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, I think Corona is a terrible thing.
Yes.
COVID-19.
Well, here's to social distancing.
What time is class? what's it about? Or, sorry, sometimes the news will scare viewers, even though no proper studies have been conducted on the subject yet.
That's happened to me.
It's all in the timing. My name's Bill, by the way.
I'm Betty.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you come on here a lot?
Actually, I'm planning on canceling my subscription tonight.
Oh, bummer. Do you come on here a lot?
Every once in a while, do you?
Not so much. Not as much anymore since my nervous breakdown. Do you come on here a lot?
Why are you asking?
Because I want to talk again.
Do you really want to talk again, or do you just want to pick me up?
No, I really want to talk again.
Why would you want to talk again unless you wanted to pick me up?
I don't know, just get to know you.
Maybe you only want to get to know me for the sake of making small talk long enough to ask me back to your place to catch this great show or check out your vinyl collection, listen to some terrific unknown Frank Ocean recording. Only all you really want to do is fuck, which you won't do very well, after which you'll go into the bathroom and pee very loudly, then pad into the kitchen and get yourself a beer from the refrigerator without asking me whether I'd like anything. And then you'll proceed to lie back down beside me and confess that you've got a girlfriend named Stephanie who's at medical school in Belgium for a year and that you've been involved with her off and on in what you'll call a very intricate relationship for about 7 years. None of which interests me, mister.
Okay. Do you come on here a lot?
Every other day, I think.
I come on here a lot and I've never seen you before.
I guess we must be on different schedules.
Missed connections.
Yes. Different time zones.
Amazing how you can be on the same dating app as someone and never even know it.
I know.
Single life.
Pretty lonely.
We probably missed each other by just a few minutes before.
Yeah.
Well, your class sure seems to be in some different time zone. What time is class? What do you...
Excuse me?
Nothing. Sorry.
I guess we must be on different schedules.
Missed connections.
Yes. Different time zones.
Amazing how you could be on the same dating app as someone and never even know it.
I know.
Single life.
Pretty lonely.
You haven't dated anyone from this app, have you?
Actually, I have.
Oh. Is he your boyfriend?
Sort of.
What's a sort of boyfriend?
He's my husband.
Aha. You haven't dated anyone from this app, have you?
Actually, I have.
Oh. Is he your boyfriend?
Sort of.
What's a sort of boyfriend?
I'm breaking up with him tonight.
So you're available. What's a sort of boyfriend?
My lover. She's actually calling me right now.
You haven't dated anyone from this app, have you?
No, just talked on the phone with some people.
Doesn't that make you feel even more lonely? Talking to people on the phone and never actually meeting them?
You think so?
Well, yes. I mean, why wouldn't a good-looking woman like you let a man buy her dinner every once in a while?
Because I'm perfectly capable of buying my own dinner.
No, listen, that's not what I meant. It was something else. I just didn't... Did you ring the bell? I did.
All right, good. We're gonna stop there.
I was like, I'll keep going.
So on our end, the bell is a bit of a train wreck, so we're gonna have to fix that. And I don't know, it might be that we're gonna have to ring it on our end over here, because the timing is not working. There's something that happens where with the application in the background, somebody's audio will go out, so we don't really hear it sharp, and then it sort of skips to the next thing. So we're missing that. And then I wanted to let you go a bit so I could hear the writing. I think we're gonna have to go back and rewrite some of that stuff. So what's interesting is the coronavirus thing, it's not hitting at all. And I think the reason is, I have to remember, I'm trying to remember what that scene is there in the play, but I'm pretty sure that they're talking about a writer, aren't they talking about like Faulkner or something?
Yeah.
So they're falling in love over deep literature, and so they're finding things that they have in common. Whereas you guys are talking about something that's like sort of horrific.
Okay.
That'd be like bonding over like Hitler or something weird, you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you've heard of Hitler? Yeah, me too. Like, you know, like it's not quite hitting. So you want to think about, okay, what's something that we could bond over that would make sense. So, you know, I don't know what that is. We can talk about something that would make sense in modern day, or we just go back to what the playwright wrote and do something similar to that.
Okay.
But that was the first miss, I think, as far as your writing is concerned, but it might have attached itself to other things, because that's the turn where we see you starting to fall in love, and then that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So from there, it's like, oh, like I see these two people have chemistry. They have some things in common. They have things that are going right. And then it's like, oh, like we're doing great. We're rooting for you. And then boom, we fall off again. And so from that point forward, the two of you have to start. I mean, here's the thing. I talked about this in an earlier scene. This is your love story. If we take out all the misses, all the dings, this is the way the two of you met and fell in love instantly in one video chat. And someone says, well, how'd you meet? Well, it was love at first sight. You know, we met on this video chat, and he said all the right things, and it was just like, it was perfect. So if you take out all the middle, all the misses, that's what happened. And I think all in the timing, this is a comment on love, on how hard it is to actually, if you think about the coincidence of two people meeting, you know, all the things that had to happen for two people to meet at the exact right time, the exact right place, the exact right emotional state to fall in love and commit to one another. I mean, it's kind of a miraculous thing.
Yeah.
You take my wife and I, she happened to be flown back home from New York, happened to come and visit and see a play that someone happened to invite her to that I was in, and then we met for 1 second, and then we didn't meet again. And then she came back and auditioned for us later. Again, like someone had to talk her into it. I didn't even know who she was when she walked in. I didn't know it was the same girl that I met weeks before, and then all of a sudden here she is, you know. And that's weird. Like, it's so weird that we happen to be putting up a play, happen to be doing this, happen to be doing that. She's from New York, was not even supposed to be in Arizona. You know, like you just think about all the coincidences between two human beings. It's miraculous that any of us are ever born. Like, it's really a miracle, you know. So this play is a comment on that. It's all in the timing. Everything has to go perfect for these two to end up together, to end up on a date, or to end up like it working out. And how many times have you said one stupid thing, or you did something, or you weren't in the right state of mind, and you know it didn't work out? I mean, it's all the time. You could. This is like it's like How I Met Your Mother. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but
yeah,
it's always like you think he's about to meet the girl, and then they just barely cross paths and they don't meet, right? So so the idea of this, it's all in the timing. It's got to be very specific, very precise. So there's a turn here where we like, oh, these two have chemistry, cool. Oh, these two have some things in common, cool. Oh, these two are like, oh, like a lot is going right. And then all of a sudden we pile up all the way to, how many kids do you want? 3 or 2.5 and a dog. And it's like, oh yeah, me exactly, same thing. And we know you're gonna end up together, and that's kind of the idea.
Okay.
Okay. So
yeah, that makes total sense.
And you made a lot of progress, and I think you did really good. So now we just have to fine tune some things, help you find the comedy. There is a legitimate technical error that I don't think can be solved by the two of you, because I was experiencing it on my end and trying to think what I would have done, and I don't think there's anything you could have done on your end, because when the ding comes through, it like cuts off halfway on our end when we're watching. So that whole comedy of that sound being a reset wasn't really working. So that's not on you at all. So I want you to know that. And I know in the play, the actors aren't really supposed to be ringing it themselves anyway. So I'd like to work that out for you, and I'll help you with the writing here. We'll figure out the thing that makes the most sense, that you can tie together and hopefully memorize pretty quickly. I don't want to throw you through too much of a loop, but there's a way to simplify this down and really pull out the comedy and make it faster, I think, too. And Jada, I'm going to want you to get more aggressive with your camera as well.
Okay.
How you doing? Talk to me, Jada.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So what did you learn today?
I just struggle a lot. I don't even know why I'm like, I have no idea. I think I just struggle a lot with just the comedic timing, so that's always good to learn just because I don't even hear it when we're going through it. Like, I know it's off, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. So it's good, even right off the bat, like right when you said that, a lot of things made more sense.
Okay.
So
why are you crying? Where are the tears coming from?
I honestly don't know.
If you did know, let's find it.
Probably, I mean, I was just very nervous today, so it might just be that. But
probably not. So let's breathe and let's listen to your heart. Where are the tears coming from?
I think, well, one challenging thing, which I knew was going to happen, but I still didn't know what to do beforehand, was just that my character breakdown, just because I did work super, super hard for my character, but I knew that it wasn't because it changed when we changed the script. So I was like, that might be wrong because it should probably be the same exact thing as the original script. So I knew that it was, but I didn't know what to do about it. So I just kept diving into the character that I had created, and then I need to do that over again. I think that just overwhelms me, just because I was super confident in knowing who she was, and now I'm not.
Okay. So is it possible that you are feeling like you've committed to doing this, that you're going to be an actor, and today you're feeling very exposed and you're feeling like, what the heck am I doing? Is that happening for you right now?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. So I want you to know something. I want you to understand something, and you have to hear this because this is your personality. You're wanting so badly to win. You can't win acting.
Mm-hmm.
So what you have to do is you have to change your mindset, and what this wasn't for you, and because it wasn't for us, it wasn't fun. So you needed to put in the massive amount of work that you put in, and then you have to change your frame of mind and say, I'm not coming in here to get critiqued. I'm not coming in here to get, told what I'm doing wrong. I'm coming in here to play as an artist, to figure some things out and to try new things. And so what you weren't like explosive and playful and fun and like willing to just fall on your face, because the fun Jada that I've seen, and I know you probably are around your house and just sort of silly and goofy, and that's the girl, that's the dream girl, that's the one we all want to end up with. And so she's the one that's got to come out. And so when I'm saying play with the camera, like, you got to be willing to get right up in our grill and say, hey, how are you? And like flirt and all that stuff. Like, you got to do that and be brave. And if you're not having fun, we're not having fun.
Yeah, I think I was just so attached to the character. Like, the character I made wouldn't do that, and I think I'm just scared to let go of that, so I just need to let go of it so that I can be. free.
Yeah, but also that aside, this is something that you've struggled with prior. So I want to know, I want to tell you this because I know we're sending you off to LA. You know, I'm going to be sending off a few of you to LA, and or maybe not, I don't know, but I know we talked about that. And so if that ends up being your choice and your destiny out there, I want so badly for you not to be in this place where you need things to be perfect. I want you to be working your butt off on a certain thing, ask the right questions, and then if something needs to change, be willing to just go, boom, throw it away quickly and dive head first into something playful, something fun. That way you can take the win. Because even right now, it seems so like intense for you. And I want you to take it seriously, but I don't want this to become a depressive thing where you think you can't beat this. You know, there's no amount of work that can because it'll never be done. So if you miss a certain rhythm or something, that it's over, right? So let's go back. We're gonna go back to the beginning of the scene, and I'm gonna make you be fun. Let's bring Joey back in here. Pick up the phone, Jada, or the computer. I'm sorry, the computer. Pull it right up in your grill. I mean, right up to your nose. There you go. And you gotta make Joey laugh. If Joey's not laughing, Joey, what are you doing?
It was a choice. I was gonna do that as like the before I got something.
Joey, you're doing great. This is about Jada, okay? All right, here we go. All right, Jada, you need to connect with him, all right? And you got to make this guy fall in love with you. You look sad. He's not gonna fall in love with that girl.
I need to blow my nose.
Good. Just say hello to him. Just flirt. You gotta give over to this process.
Oh, we're not doing the lines?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this whole thing out here.
Okay.
Say hi.
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 How are you?
Good. You?
Good. What are you doing?
Just research.
Ding. Start with hi.
Hi.
Flirt with him.
Hi.
What are you doing?
Just hanging out on this app.
Ding.
Hi.
Hi.
What's up?
Just.
Don't be weird, Joey. Come on. Be cool.
Okay.
What's up?
Just waiting for you.
It's like, if you won't ding him, I will.
Hi.
Hi.
Just be in love with her, Joey. You've been dating for years. Just be normal.
Hi.
Hi, what's up?
Not much. Just got home.
Home's always good.
Yeah.
Tell her she looks good.
You too.
Tell her she looks good, Joey.
You look good.
Thank you. I like your button up.
I like yours.
No, she likes your button up. Tell her where you got it.
I got it at Kohl's.
Oh, love Kohl's.
Super cheap, good stuff.
Great.
I really like your earrings.
Thank you. They're new.
Where'd you get them?
Kohl's.
What? You shop at Kohl's too?
Yeah, they're on discount. And they're cute.
Usually people judge me for shopping at Kohl's.
No, never.
Agree with him. Yeah, isn't that the worst when people judge for Kohl's?
I know. Why do people hate on Kohl's?
Agree. Come on. Keep going, Joey.
Like the Kroger brand, but it's not. They have stylish.
Good. And as you're doing it, you're both getting closer to camera and falling in love with each other. Like this, like you cannot believe you have this connection over Kohl's. Like nobody has this connection. Keep going.
They have stylish money. What'd you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You save money and it's good quality. I don't see
Kohl's cash.
Exactly, Kohl's cash, and then you can save up money to buy, food or whatever else you need. It's
And, look,
just
and
like,
as she's saying Cole's Cash, Joey, you've never heard anything more attractive in your life.
yes, it's great. I love Kohl's Cash. That's the reason that I save so much money every single year.
My parents told me that nothing is free, and that is free clothing that I get to wear all the time.
Good. Now we're gonna come off this, and we're just gonna realize, like, wow, are we in love? Like, I don't know.
Exactly.
So wow. Anyway.
That was cool.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to like meet up sometime?
Yeah. We could go to Kohl's together.
Like a shopping date?
Shopping date, something like that.
That sounds amazing. You could have my Kohl's Cash if you want it.
Thanks.
So say something super weird, Jada, that would that would just be super awkward for someone to say.
My cat is peeing on my floor.
Ding! Yeah, there you go. And so and that's how it works. Like, we get so close to, like, things are perfect, and then all of a sudden cat pees on the floor, and we ding, and we go backwards, and we're back to where we just were, which is like, oh, like, we're so in love because of Kohl's. And then you say the wrong thing again, and then boom, and fast, and fast, and fast, and then it's like, oh, we progress to the next step.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So that's what I mean by, no matter what the backstory is, you have to find the fun. So even if her brother did die, and there's all this other stuff, like right now, she's in the middle of meeting this guy, and she has things in common with him, and it's exciting. So this could be the thing that pulls her out of the depression or whatever, So just realize that just because I say one thing doesn't mean you have to throw everything out, but the scene demands this to be fun and playful, right? And therefore, this being one of your triggers and one of your weaknesses, I want to help you and say, you have to do enough work to come to class and play. You got to give yourself enough room for the win to say, hey, we're working together on this thing. But as soon as you start feeling bad or guilty or negative about your choices, then no matter what I say, you'll be able to do it, but you won't be able to do it in a playful way, because in the back of your mind, Jada's telling herself, Jada, you made stupid choices. Jada, that was a bad idea. Like, Jada's so bad. And so that's going to hold you back, and I want to get rid of that voice completely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yes.
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 What'd you learn, Joey?
Oh man, I really took away, like, it's ironic, but I'm gonna say it, like, all in the timing for real, because like I had a lot of fun today just playing with the physicality of it, and then having to go back and try to remember. It's like a memory exercise, and I really, really enjoy memorization, like tests that test your brain in a fun way. And so I had a lot of fun today, just kind of playing and trying to remember while staying engaged. And yeah, it just got me super excited to do it again.
Good. Okay, good. And we'll work the bell. We'll figure out the timing, because the thing about comedy is when you hit it, it's like the best thing in the world. And when you're off, that's why I fought for the beginning there. If you're off by a half a beat, just a half second, it's flat. And the scene today was flat. Like, we were listening to it, and you could tell the energy wasn't there. It wasn't in the room. It wasn't in the space. It wasn't in the phone, whatever. You could just tell, like, we were just off by a half second, and so we were missing all the jokes, and none of the comedy was really coming to the surface. And when we know you're trying to be funny and it's not, it's like there's nothing more painful. And that's the risk you take when you do comedy.
Yeah.
So we'll get it right, and this will be a totally different scene in 2 days from now, I promise. But I'm excited for you guys, and you did good work. I want you both to hear that. You did good work. Now you got to get excited and happy and thrilled that you get to do more work. The worst thing I could say to you is, good job, I have no notes for you.
Yeah.
So now you go, all right, I have 2 days to grow and to grind and to learn new things and memorize new parts and play with my scene partner and have a lot of fun. I'll start that speech over. Just kidding, I heard the ding. Jada's got a question, I think. Did you mute her?
I did.
I can unmute myself. Go back to Faulkner. Like, can we just go back to what it was originally?
I think so. Yeah. I don't see there's any reason why you need to change that.
Okay.
So this goes back to, here's the deal. You have to understand the story. And it's about getting the story across. The only reason to change anything is a very simple something that involves location. That's it.
Gotcha.
So instead of saying, is this seat taken, you say the thing that introduces us into the app. But other than that, you don't really need to change stuff. So if you have those memorized, I say stick with that. Yeah, there's no reason to do too much work or try to recreate the wheel. But when you go into the Faulkner stuff, you have to know it and understand it.
I was just gonna say the reason we changed it was because it says in there that she like goes into the book, but she's not paying any attention to him.
Uh-huh.
So we were like, if she was on a video like dating thing, it wouldn't make sense for her to go like to literally just pay no attention and like barely respond. Okay, I see.
I'm sorry, were you talking? I'm sorry, but did you say something, Joey?
No. Okay.
You have to understand, this is the new normal. So video chat is becoming a new normal. So now people will be just as rude as they are in person, just over video.
Yeah.
You'll be just as mad and just as in love and just as everything else, just over video now. And you'll find new creative ways to be mad and to flirt and to all ignore each other and whatnot. And you can use your device to do so. And that's part of the fun. That's part of the creativity. So anything that can be done in this format should be, because you have to understand the story very, 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 very well in order to change and rewrite a small nuance of the play. So this particular thing, like I said, the thing that you changed it into doesn't really make sense for you to fall in love with that thing. The idea is it's something super obscure that it's weird that the both of you are both really in love with that thing. Like who in the world is like obsessed to that degree over this one thing that's somewhat obscure, and that's that thing where like, oh wow, like we have something in common, It'd be like her saying, like you're like, well, what are you doing? And she's like, I don't want to tell you. And you're like, no, what? And she's like, you wouldn't get it. And you're like, well, just tell me, I want to know. And she's like, well, I was about to go play Dungeons and Dragons. And you're like, I love Dungeons and Dragons. And she's like, really? And you're like, yeah. And you pull out a mask and put it on. And she's like, you're whoever the Dungeons and Dragon guy is. And you're like, yeah. And that would be something like that, where you have this hidden secret thing that you love, that you expect no one to really get, and this person gets you. Cool?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, everybody, that is our masterclass for the day. Thank you so much for tuning in. Class, I'd like you to check in on your videos. You can look back. You can see the critique. Watch the places that were technically not quite there and that you can fix via video. If there's any questions you have, feel free to reach out to the studio, and let's get to grinding. We'll have all brand new scenes tomorrow, and then you'll get to see these scenes that were from today. 2 days from now, you'll get to see them having been worked and changed and have taken the direction. You'll get to see the adaptation of those scenes. So thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe our channel. We really appreciate that.
And also, we're going to bring everybody back real quick so they can say congrats and have
Yeah, that's for the class, not the live, though. Yeah. Okay, thank you all.
Jada, you're muted, but...